folks, it is day 2, which means twice the bois. No, I did not entirely do that on purpose, but do we care? We do not. It is day 2 of Worldbuilding Con, and I am so excited about our lineup today. You've been seeing it on the pre-roll already. I hope you have your favorites. Shout out in the chat what you are most excited about today. Oh, for me, it's kind of everything. Obviously, that's how I roll. Before we get too far in, I should probably introduce myself. Hello, my name is Janet. I am still so excited to be your host of Worldbuilding Con 2025. That's our 3rd Worldbuilding Con that we've run. In case we didn't meet yesterday, I'm a published fantasy author, a published game writer, a world building expert. You can see my videos over on the YouTubes for that. And also with my husband, I am the founder or the co-founder of World Anvil, the world building platform, novel writing software, and campaign manager. It is our absolute pleasure as with World Anvil to organize and host an annual con for free for everyone, as open access as it gets. We love Worldbuilding Con, and we really hope you do too. There will be feedback forms coming out later. Please give us your feedback to let us know how we can do even better next year. Before we go too far, behind the scenes, we have Kat and we have Secondhand Samurai. They will be gathering up your questions and answering any that can be answered on the fly as well. So throw those questions into the comments. Please let us know what's on your mind. That is the whole point of having a community around Worldbuilding Con. That's why we do it live, so we can talk to you directly and answer your questions as well. Okay, this section coming up is a little bit different. For the first 2 years of Worldbuilding Con, we got so many questions about World Anvil. And we were like, okay, we should do something about that. We figured we should create an event to answer those questions. So that's coming up right now. Please, can you give a great big light up the forge shout out in the chat to welcome to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage, Dimitris. Hello.
Hi.
Now,
Hello,
some of you met
everyone.
Dimitris yesterday. He helped us kick off day 1 of Worldbuilding Con. But just in case, Dimitris, can you introduce yourself and tell everybody what it is that you do?
Why is there a cat there?
The cat was not planned. The cat snuck in here. The cat is now part of the show.
So this is my
Great
cat.
That's my plan.
So this is my cat. I love you very much as my wife. But hello, my name is Dimitris. I am the CTO of World Anvil, as in head grease monkey, as you can actually understand. I am the person who started coding World Anvil back in the day, and now I'm leading the team for World Anvil developers, designers, and product designers essentially around the development of World Anvil. I am a RPG writer. I am a forever and ever DM, and I'm very happy to be here. And that's pretty much it. I don't think I have anything else to say about myself.
Well, it's lovely to have you here as always, Dimitris. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, if you're curious about World Anvil, folks, if you don't know what we're talking about, go to worldanvil.com and you can find out more about what it is that we do. But Dimi, do you want to just give us a little start with what is World Anvil, just in case we have folks here who do not know what World Anvil is?
Yeah. Okay. So World Anvil is a world building platform, or at least it was starting like that. It is a place that you, as a game master, writer, creative, part of a creative studio, whatever this might be, can come in here and create your virtual world by writing articles, by creating interactive maps, or at least better said, by enhancing your maps to become interactive, timelines, and a set of multiple other tools that can actually help you channel your creativity into creating beautiful things as the things that our amazing community has already created. And at this point, I would like to say one more shout out to the amazing people who are currently competing for WAWA, because these are the prime examples of the most amazing work you can actually see in World Anvil, and you should go check them out. And if you want to see from previous years, go to worldanvil.com and then go to featured articles, or no, Best of World Anvil. Best of World Anvil, at the very top. Yes. So yeah, that's it.
I can see we have a lot of World Anvil folks already in the chat. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Matunas, by the way, I would like to say, if you think that these are nice, I have news for you today.
Well, I think you're I was going to say, I think you're spoiling your own presentation. So Dimitris, what are we going to talk about for the next 55 minutes? What's the plan?
For the next 55 minutes, actually, we're going to have a very quick presentation of how World Anvil has started and where World Anvil is going. and then we will open actually the floor to questions of any type of questions. It can be about World Anvil's past, World Anvil's future, World Anvil's current news, short things, big things, long things, anything you want to.
Anything you
I
like.
might as well ask you answer questions about my cats. So that's it. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we already have questions coming in, so folks, do keep those questions coming in. And we have a little presentation for you as
We
well.
do have a presentation.
Not
Yes,
too
we
bad.
do.
Let's sort this out. There we go. That's better. Okay, Dimmy, take it away.
Okay, so this is going to be a very short presentation, guys, but I know that through the years, we used to be doing this a lot, and we used to actually kind of talk about the story and how Old Will started, but we have not done it for a very long time. So I thought it would be a very nice idea to just have a very short introduction of where Old has started and give you a little more details about that, and of course, about where we're going. So, without further ado, let's talk about actually the beginning of World Anvil. So, World Anvil started in May 2017 when Janet came to me and said, I'm having a massive problem with writing my novel, and mostly because my 100 pages Word, it was Google Docs.
It was Google
Document,
Docs, yeah.
yeah, crashes. And I said, okay, let's see what we can actually do. Can you send me this document? So the document was sent, and indeed it was hardly not crashing on my computer, but I was able to go see it. And the first thing I have noticed, in fact, for this document was actually, wow, my wife is actually really good at world building. But also after that, it was like, she has written the same thing 3 times with different words, and actually, this is the same, but these two are not anymore the same. So I was like, interesting. It's a good point. And suffice it to say, I have tried in the past myself because I love creating very big worlds, creating software like that, and most of the times it failed. So I was like, you know what? I can make you a thing, as Janet continues saying. So on my 2017, although I had a very, very busy career back then, I decided to be spending some time on my computer in the afternoons, working on this thing to see how it's going to come. And we were lucky enough that year that we wanted to go to extended holidays to Greece because we used to live in the UK back then. And we decided to come see my parents. And my parents had essentially kind of like a place that they go, like a summer camp location, I can say, with a caravan. And we stood there, and myself, my laptop, and Janet on the side providing me with nice coffee, cold coffee mostly. And I sat down and I coded. And I coded for a very, very long time until when we came back actually in September 2017.
I would like to paint a picture because Dimitris coded version 0.1 of World Anvil was largely coded by Dimitris in flip-flops and swimming trunks. And that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a vision.
This is very, very true. This is very, very true. So yeah, 0.1 was developed actually during this time as a side project and as a fun project. And in September 2017,
as a thing that we wanted, like that was the core. Like literally, we built the tool that we wanted to use from the beginning because it didn't exist.
Exactly. And we put it essentially up after discussing it with Secondhand Samurai, Andy, who's here, and also another member of the staff that's currently, in fact, now in staff, but back then was just my friend and was not even a developer, TD Blaze, which you might have seen them essentially on our Discord. So they told us, the guys, you know what, this is really good, you should actually share it with the world, and that's what we did. We actually went there, and I put it up, and I said, you know what, I will put a page there, and I'll see if there is an interest. And by the time that October 25th, I decided to actually, pretty much the day of my name day, to put it live, we had 700 people who wanted to actually come in. So painstakingly, I started literally sending personalized emails saying, hey, welcome to World Anvil. This is the link that you can actually go create your account. And that was very, very fun. And on October 25th, I put up Patreon. I put up a Discord server. Andy, the first user, this is Secondhand Samurai, joined essentially World Anvil, followed by myself and Janet, of course, because of course we were the first users, we were testing it before. But
I like
still,
to refer to myself as patient zero of World Anvil. I always feel that's very appropriate.
Absolutely. So with the next days, mostly my point was to send emails, a lot of emails every day, and welcoming people to the Discord server. It was very fun. We actually made many new friends. It was very, very fun days. But essentially, by the time that November 20th came up, there were 10,000 people waiting, in addition to those that I have already invited in, which I was inviting about between 50 and 100 people a day. So you understand, actually, there was a lot of people who were actually coming in Goldanville. There was a lot of fun, and it was getting stressful. One of the ideas, though, that actually made it very fun in the 20th of November, and that's why I put it actually down there, was what if we ran a competition? And that was the Beth of Goldember. Because we said, you know what if we make people write, I think it was not even 10,000 words back then, John. I think we said with, for some reason, 12,000 words or something like that.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. But again, we said, you know what, let's make a competition. And we did make a competition. It was extremely fun. A lot of the people actually had a lot of fun playing. At this point, with 6,000 users on the website, 300 of them were actually guild members. And at this point, I would like to actually make a pause, because as you can see down there in the presentation, there is a very big list of people. These people, for me, first of all, it made me kind of cry today, because I realized that these are people that joined us between the time the Goldami started and December 2017.
Yeah.
And to this day, to this month, there are still active users, guild members on Goldanville. And honestly, today in the morning when I saw that, I was like, oh, it will be 5-10 name names. And the names kept on coming and coming as I was searching through the database. And I was like, oh my God, there are so many people that they are here for so many years. And I was jaw dropped. So I would like to actually take a moment here and just read some of these names, because it is very important to me. Janet, at some point I might give up, so I would like you to take over if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I will start with the names. Gorkam Gorka, which now is our amazing, incredible person that keeps everything alive in the servers. Ondo, the person who everybody knows, because Ondo is the person who organizes every competition we have. Titi Blaze, my good friend, and also the person who currently is developer on Goldanville. He was one of the two people who built timelines for you, the new version. Andy, chosen one, which, sorry, the second hand, because I already mentioned them and I didn't put them in the list here. But then the chosen one, Baron, Ademal, Soling, Mila Damen, Hephaestus, Vertixico, PWT Cowboy, TJ Treywin, HK Urban, Arca, also our first Titan, by the way, Morgan Hall, Whoop 55, Paladin Wiggles, Witherskid, Nick Scryer, Jack Jewell, Alice Hawthorne, Chocolate Star, Drown Crown, JC Signs, Wisp, Matthew Gagnon. Yes, Gagnon. Pyro Druid. Janet, take it over. My eyes are failing me.
We have Steddins, Schizo Reindeer, Mana, Captain Skippy, Nightfoot, Malkuth, Birdie, Waffle Kaiju, Eiserhans Arnaut Broking, Zukos, Debug 200,
Yeah.
Answolf, Blue Wildfire. Do you want to take over?
No, it's okay. Continue. Sorry.
Caleb Plen, Mars Whip, Lord von Steiner, Dragon Eye Creations, Werewolf 9567, Life Orbs, Blanche, The Cal 714, Lord Eastwood, PhD 20, MM Shields, Blue Raccoon, Vaspia, Gef 509, Impurity, Kubos, The Comet CE, Barbarossa Sparklebeard, Goat Cheese, Solmar 101, Mez, Brightwing 97, Happy Milk 7, Anyways 655, Rosenwels, Ebonier, Ian McAwesome 3300, Kilroy 24, Little Dot, Cycone, Runsky 19, Inspector Javert, Zulo, Afranius, Bad Desperado, Darius, Hegemon, Tap, Elysium, Savco, Haris L, Dr. Matsu, Serafina, Kale Cast, Combustive Boulder, Beakhead, Grey Kayanos, Meta Wizard, The Orsini, Dimblas, S. Luedis, Lord Annoyed, Stacked Deck, Bertimus, Captain Quigley, Axim 09, Zinniger, Rory K9, Will Carter, Knegebein, Glorthia, War Turtle Jr., and Silent Thing.
Thank you so very much, my dear. And I wanted to say a massive thank you to all of you, because you don't imagine what this means to us. Like, we were expecting way less than that. That is incredible. So massive thank you to all of you. So
Also, I just wanted to say these early believers are what means we have World Anvil today. We would not have World Anvil today. Nobody would have World Anvil. Not me, not Dimmy, not you, not anyone. If these people had not believed in us and kept up with it, and they are still using World Anvil today, still active users, still world building. That's kind of massive, guys. Just
yes. So with that in mind, actually, I want to just continue and say that by April 2018, a very big thing happened. We took a big decision as a couple, because we had to take it as a couple, that I will leave my job and I will focus on World Anvil. And that's what I did, actually. I left my job, and at this point, we had 50,000 registered users. We had 1,600 guild members, which meant that I can work full-time, and Janet, of course, was working already part-time, because Janet will tell you that at this point, essentially, she was performing opera, and at the same time, she had her keyboard, like her laptop on her lap, on the green room, working and sending you emails and writing scripts for the early, very quickly deprecated getting started videos that Janet hated me for a long time, because I would change World Anvil's interface continuously and with no remorse, essentially, for a very long time. So by July 2018, we wanted to do another competition. This is not to say, by the way, we're not doing other competitions during the time. Actually, there were a lot of competitions that were happening at this point.
we did the Masters Monthly. Remember?
What's that?
Remember the Masters Monthly?
Yes, exactly. At this point, we still had Masters Monthly, which was a competition only for people who were in the guild. Actually, we had two competitions running, Janet. We had the Masters Monthly and a normal competition. You don't remember that, but it was crazy. Yeah, we used to have two competitions. Of course, we were very little people, but still, it was very fun and very crazy, and it was insane. So summer camp comes into play, and of course, in December 2018, the second World Ever comes into play, which makes us, for the first time, actually saying, you know what, that's going to be a thing. We're going to do it again and again, and we're still doing it, and we're redoing it for next year for sure, essentially. So this brings us to actually how World Anvil grew up. In January 2019, World Anvil is 139,000 more or less registered users. In 2021, the team was only 5 people, and in fact, in 2021, the team was really, oh my God, BD is here. BD, it's so very nice to see you, my dearest. So it was 5 people, which effectively means that myself and Janet were working full-time, and people were slowly getting to work full-time. Some people were working part-time, full-time, but we're still growing as a team. By October 2020, we are 1 million people. And things start to get very real very quickly, very crazy. The team by 2022 became 14 people. These 2 years were insane for us, probably the hardest years of our lives, with myself and Janet working over 14 hours a day, every day, with hardly any pauses, which actually brought me to the edge of burn down. And then the burnout itself came, but we were smart enough at the end of the moment to say, you know what? Let's hire a team. So in December and November 2021, we started actually a massive endeavor to find people to help us, because we didn't want this thing to drown. We wanted to actually rise. So we did. And we created an incredible team, but most of the members are still here with us. And now, in January 2023, we became 2 million people. We had an incredible team that was working. We did try something in 2022. That was Project Erebus, something you've never seen. It was actually a version of World Anvil that never went live. We learned a lot from the failure. It was a big failure, but we learned a lot from it. And that brought us, in the beginning of 2024, doing something new called Project Prodromos, which not only you actually are experiencing right now. New sidebar, top bar, all the interactivity that comes to World Anvil right now are part of Project Prodromos. And we're very, very happy to say and very proud to say that at this point, this is... yes, Stephen, absolutely. Stephen has learned so much and teaches the team so much from this failure. We've learned something, which was very important, that, if we don't learn from our failures, we will not be where we are today. So everything we've learned and everything we actually did not succeed in does not mean it was a bad thing. It means that we just had to learn from it, essentially, and as simple as that. So now we are progressing in the version of World Anvil that we'll call version Prodromos, pretty much almost the version that will be going to version 1 of World Anvil. And I want to talk to you about actually how the future looks. First of all, I would like to make an announcement that we kind of kept very quiet for the last days. Will Danville, some days ago, has reached 3 million registered users, which
3
is,
million users, guys. We
it's
are
incredible.
Legion.
Yes, we are indeed Legion. And I want to talk to you about what we'll be doing for the rest of the year and how we'll be proceeding. Currently, if you've not done this already, we started with the creation of articles and categories version 4, which you're already seeing at the form of the quick edit as we discuss it right now. But that quick edit actually will no longer be a quick edit very soon. It will be a new full edit interface that will allow you to very quickly search, edit, create, and view articles in a way you couldn't do before. We're introducing a completely new system that will allow you to actually choose which prompts that you want to add in each article, which actually means there will be way less overwhelm than you had before. Settings will become much faster. Editing will become much faster. Categories will be much easier to handle, as secrets are already. In the meantime, Steven is already creating a completely new and incredible uploading system for files that will allow you to very quickly choose for the titles of your articles. If you want to use an article, an image that you've already uploaded, upload a new image, drag and drop it there, a new set of default images if you don't want one and you want to use one essentially for yourselves. And of course, a completely new management for images that will actually bring with it the ability to do mass editing on images, folders within folders, which is a new thing. Galleries will exist as they are right now, but the galleries will become kind of a secondary system that you can actually use for, galleries. The management of your projects will actually become in folders, of your images, it will become in folders. Notebook is starting development of its second version literally on Monday, which I'm really excited about. Introduces a whole new sway of things and features, including a search, which is really nice, and the ability to favorite some of your notes. It will be much faster to access, much quicker, and much easier.
I've seen the wireframes for it. It's so pretty. It's going to be beautiful. I'm excited.
And I would like to say it is the very first project that I am not handling as a product manager. We have a different product manager that's handling it, and I'm really happy about it because it means I can focus my attention otherwise, as in, for example, having my team even better and even more. The next thing we'll be working on that we're currently actually in the process of designing is the new map system that we can promise you right now that will bring a lot of innovation in maps, making editing extremely easier and creation even faster. It will be much cleaner, simpler, but in the same time, with even more packed with features, and we'll be bringing a very, very important feature in Danville, which is going to be the introduction of absolutely humongous maps. If you have it, we'll be able to have it. As simple as that. The next thing, of course, that my wife will be very happy to actually talk about is manuscripts. Manuscripts is already actually a project that we have put a lot of effort into creating the original, not the specs, or the information gathering document, and it's a very big information gathering document. But we will be starting within the next weeks to start speccing it out and designing it. Yes. Another project that actually I think people were asking for a lot is the new relationship system. We will be introducing the ability for the first time for characters to have relationships to organizations, but we'll also be introducing a single location, apart from the ability from within articles, to be able to create a system that will allow you to create relationships very easy and very quickly and see those relations as well in a nice way. Tag management is the next thing we actually want to add as well. It's already spec'd and we know very well how it's going to happen, but we have to actually build it. So at this point, it's waiting in development queue. It's very small in terms of what you can actually, like in the interface, but it will allow you to very easily manage your tags, know which you have used, replace them, reframe them essentially to make your life easier and more consistent. Another secret project, which is the only secret I will keep from you today, is Project Leonardo, something that is already being spec'd and we are very excited about it. There are two major things that will be touched by Project Leonardo, and I can't wait to tell you when it's ready to come out.
When it's closer, but we're ready.
It is a very good feature. It's a very important feature that Worldbuilder will have because it will change the way that you work with Worldbuilder.
This is something that we've mentioned to the Inner Sanctum, but we haven't shown yet, and nobody else knows anything about it.
Exactly. And finally, by the end of the year, after maps and manuscripts are out, we'll be going to Project Hercules and Project Heroes. For those that do not know what this is the new Game Master experience and a new player experience. there's a very big decision that we made as a team, as a product team, essentially during the last months, which is this: we decided that Worldbuilding once again will not try to become VTT, but we will try to become the best experience that you can have around the table, which actually means that our new hero system will be completely and 100% made from mobile devices, focused on that, so the players can have their mobile phone if they want to play Worldbuilding essentially by that, and that the game master will get a series of tools that will allow them, the players, get the information they need secretly, with including a lot of abilities which I don't want to talk right now. But if you ask questions, I will answer them. I'll put it that way. But yes, there's a very big and very important update that is coming up there. And the reason, honestly, I kind of like feel afraid to say that, but the very reason that Project Erebus and Prodromos started is actually because of those projects. Like, we knew from the very start that in order to create the best game master experience and the best player experience, we have to build the basis for it. And Erebus before and Hercules and Prodromos now is the basis for that, and it will become very evident and very quickly clear why this is the case. So, with that, we hope that by 2026, the cats will no longer be coming into Janet's room, which is not going to happen.
I just unceremoniously dumped the cat. Sorry about that.
It's okay. And that by 2026, we'll be very happy and very proud to say that Worldbuilding will be in version 1.0, which is a very big thing for us, of course, as you can understand. So yeah, well, let's hope to that. And with that,
I love
if
the
you have any
screen.
questions, we got answers.
We do already have some questions, and folk, keep those questions coming. Write question if you can in front of the question. It will make it easier for our beans to grab that and make sure we can answer it. I have a question that is about this screen. Those cute animals, are they called udans? Can you tell me more about them, please? I just thought we should kick off with that one.
Absolutely. So yes, these are udans. Udans were first created by one of the very first users of Worldbuilding, TJ Traywin. TJ is an incredible artist, and they worked with us for some time actually as a designer for Worldbuilding as well. And at some point, because they became so loved by the community, because originally it was just a project from them, we decided that we should adopt them. So we did adopt them essentially, and they became the official mascot of Worldbuilding. And as you can see, they have really progressed through the years to get mustaches and to become ninjas and dragons, electrocuted or multipass. So we love them very, very much.
That most of the udans you see here are the brain fruit of our team. So we started with a couple of udans. Sparky, the original design for Sparky was from the community, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
There was a lot of fan art on the udans, and then at a certain point, we got the definitive Sparky version from Irini, who is our very, very talented artist. But a lot of the other udans that we have, like Sherlock Udan, who helps us, he appears on search. If you ever search, Sherlock Udan is there to help you, define the parameters and deduce what you need to find. He came from the team. We have a not
on the left-hand side, we actually have Eugene, which was exactly the opposite of Sherlock, the unhelpful Udan, which was actually the creation of an April Fool's Day. And it was the most hilarious April Fools we've ever done.
He was a little widget that popped up and suggested unhelpful things for your world, because he was, of course, Eugene the unhelpful Udan. So he would say things like, you should try adding bananas to your world. They are yellow and look like a smile. They make everyone happy. Or there was one that was like, add dinosaurs to your world. Dinosaurs make everything better. So this was really, really fun, obviously, to get to... get to do this. Stone Homie says,
without saying that. Sorry, I was about to say that it goes without saying that soon enough we're going to be having stickers for Udans, but they're coming.
They're coming. So yeah, the orange head one is Lilu Multipass from our Multipass page. We have already stickers of the Ninja Udan. Pax Sequoia says, I have my Ninja Udan on the lid of my laptop. Yes, we gave those away in our meetups when we did in-person meetups. So yeah, we have some Udans you haven't met as well. There's one called the Blue Dan, which is our not safe for work Udan.
Oh my god, no, nobody can see the blue dun. The blue dun is very
So,
blue.
so we have some internal team Udans who have never seen the light of day as well, but they do exist. There's a lot of we try to have fun. World Handful. That's all I can say. All right, let's have a look. A question from Psycho, who says, "What's the most daunting feature you'd love to be on the roadmap, but the size or complexity scares you?"
We're not easily afraid in Goldanville. Anything we want is in the roadmap. We leave the fear on the side and we boldly go where nobody has ever gone before, and then we cry about it. But we're still doing it. So I think that the most complex thing we'll be having to tackle this year, honestly, will be Project Leonardo, because it's a fundamental addition to Goldanville that will alter the way that we perceive and we interact with Goldanville. So the smooth integration of this, honestly, will be more complex than anything else, like from the user experience perspective. Not that the actual technicalities will be easy, but the user experience will be the most important thing to do. And I think one of the things that will make my team cry very soon will be the new filtration system for Athena, our articles management system, that will be introducing, and I will say that today for the first time, the view as tree for the world, which actually means that you will be able to say, I would like to view this world, like my world, as Janet would have seen it. So it will actually show you the whole tree, and then will hide all the things that Janet, it will make less visible the things that Janet cannot see, which actually means that you can easily track, essentially, and check if a player of yours have access to everything you want them to have access to, or if they have access to something you do not want them to have access to, kind of thing. So yeah, that I think is gonna make people cry in the team. That's all.
All right. Nintz asks, as part of the relationship update, will we be able to show more than one partner at a time?
Partner? I'm not sure what. How do you mean about that? Are you talking
So
actually
they mean
about
for a person, will they be able to show multiple partners for a single person in, for example, a family tree?
family trees are not part of the relationship update? Like an update on family trees is not part of the this relationship update. Multiple partners in a family tree are an
Can already be
extreme
shown.
thing. What's that?
They can already be shown. They can't be shown simultaneously, but you can cycle
Yes.
through them.
Yeah, exactly. You can cycle through them, but they're not considered to be part of the same unit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They will be considered different marriages. They're going to be a tri-marriage. It will be a marriage between two people, or two people twice. If that makes sense. So, because everything else actually is impossible to show, like for so many reasons, like we need three-dimensional maps. But what we will be adding will be the ability to actually map relationship of a person or an organization in a three-dimensional grid that will create connections between them and other people around them. There will be blood relationships or familiar relationships, whatever this might be.
Yes. Exciting. I have a question here from Subonic, who says, "Tell me more about the future manuscripts."
Actually, Janet, you should talk about the future manuscripts.
Okay, so when we started doing manuscripts, there was a big document that was floating around the community, and I had a big wish list, and Kat had a big wish list, and then we sat down and looked at the software and said, how could this do everything that we want it to do? And also, what could it do that we haven't even thought of yet? Essentially, like, how could it make our lives easier in ways that we haven't thought of yet? So we sat down, we did a really big brainstorming session. So what I can say is, can I talk about interactivity, Demi? Is that decided?
Yes, you can. Yes,
cool.
you can.
So there's a lot of stuff that's up in the air. What I will say is a lot of you asked for interactive manuscripts. That is to say, manuscripts where you can add mentions and, these kinds of things. Yes, we will do them. You will be able to have interactive fiction on World Anvil. It won't just be plain text. So that's one of the big changes that is going to happen in the paradigm. We are eager to do more and better with things like word counts and word tracking. That's a really big thing for authors. We're obsessed with our word counts. How long is your word count? We're always measuring them together. So yeah, being able to add more features around word counts and progress is going to be a really big goal for us on that. Making the showcase side of manuscripts better is another big goal for us. Helping people with discovery, helping people find what they're looking for, and helping people get found on World
And
Anvil
also
within
reader
manuscripts.
accounts.
And also reader accounts. That's the other really big thing that we want to do as part of the manuscripts update, is make sure that your readers are also having the experience that you want them to have as much as we possibly can. So we have two, what we call them, kind of secondary users. So when you're a game master, you have your players, and when you're a writer, you have your readers. And we're really trying to take care of these secondary users better, trying to make sure they're having better experiences, so that you're having a better experience, so that everyone's having a better experience. Yeah, there's lots of other things as well. There are some things I want about automated lists coming from sidebar input, some changes to the UI as well to make it more mobile friendly, as well as
The
more.
UI will be completely be changing. That's not a question. Like we'll be reimagining the UI. So
Yeah.
yeah,
But one of the aims is to make it more mobile friendly as well. A lot of you told us you're writing books on your phones. More power to you. So we have some ideas on how to make that kind of tripartite layout work better, and things like the accidental rearranging of chapters that happens now on mobile. We're gonna
that's
have a
not
look
gonna
at that as
happen
well.
now.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
So we've really, when you guys make feature requests, we really listen, guys. We sit down and have big, long conversations about it. And so keep the feature requests coming in for stuff that you want, because this is our roadmap for now. But we are always listening to your feedback, your feature requests, what everybody else is saying, all of these things. So yeah, that's kind of our vision for manuscripts. Interactive manuscripts, better discovery on the published side, a better reader journey, better word counting, and some more information gathering for you to make your life easier, and aggregate stuff that you've already put in a place that is easier to find. That's the vision.
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Let's go to this question. Which of these projects are you personally most excited about?
Ooh, that's a good question. Honestly, I'm very excited about the Hercules update and the Heroes update. Like, we have already started designing our ideas, and although we are not touching it yet, we have done a lot of work about it. We have a very clear idea of what we want to do. So I'm really excited about it. Like, there's a lot of things that is going on, and Project Leonardo is going to be fundamental on this. Essentially, that's why we are not touching it right now, because you know what, we have to design Leonardo first before anything else for this to work correctly. But I'm super excited about what's coming there. It's going to be such a massive change.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's manuscripts. Super excited about it. Can't wait to get hold of it. Really want it. Keep trying to
Of course.
push it up the chain of keep trying to push it up the hoop. And the other thing I'm most excited about is courses. I'm super excited about courses. A lot of you have been telling us that you want more world building education, more formal world building education. Some of you may have noticed that we launched courses over on Saturday.
Download.
It's on the DL. It was a soft launch. So if you go to worldanvil.com and you log in and you go to the top bar, there's something that says courses. Our very first course, World Building 101, is up there. And I will say that this is not just for beginners, although it is aimed at beginners. And there is a lot of craft and information in there that can be potentially helpful for you as well. So it is designed in 10 lessons to get you a pretty robust world with people and places and things and timeline and maybe a map and also stories for your world. So if any of that sounds like something you're interested in, do go and check out that course. We're very excited about it. It is the very first proto course that we've done. We're super hyped, and yeah, Kat and I are working tirelessly to get you all the education material and support material that we can. So yeah, that's another thing that's not on the list, but we've been working a lot on, guys. We have been busting our butts on that one. Yes, Susan, you can serialize chapters already on World Anvil Publishing.
Yes.
Alrighty then, let's have a look at these questions. And a follow-up manuscripts question. Can manuscripts in the future allow for print your own book feature, i.e. works out the pages to be printed, paired with print out your own story in book format? I don't think I've ever seen that as a feature request before. Have you, Dimmy?
No.
No, it sounds like you might want to put in a feature request for that warrior girl. That would be a great place to start that conversation and see if the rest of the community are interested. It's definitely not part of the next manuscripts to come.
Yes.
But if enough people are interested in the feature, it's definitely something we will consider in the future. And just in case you don't know, folks, if you go to worldanvil.com and you click on community, you'll find some of the latest feature requests that have been submitted. And you can also go to feature requests via your little account profile button and see what's already been requested and request your own features that you want to happen as well. We're here for it. We want to know. Please tell us what you like. Yes, that. Alrighty then. Question from Harlan. Why not VTT?
Because simply enough, there are so many good VTTs out there. So our focus is not to try to become a VTT, but to try to become an experience that, although can be enjoyed definitely online, it will be more close to what you could call theater of the mind. And there will be functionality for that, just to clarify. Like there will be a way for you to share, for example, scenes and items with your players much better than it is right now. There will be a lot of interactivity if somebody is abroad, but we're not going to go for the how can I make, for example, things move in a map necessarily, or the effects or the specialized systems that, for example, sound like Foundry or Roll20 or whatever this might have. We want to focus on something that nobody else does, and people don't focus on that. And I think that the experience on the table is a very important one for people. And I think that for people who are like more theater of the mind, we have a lot to offer to them actually by what we're going to be building. So I don't want to call it a VTT because I don't think that it checks all the marks of a VTT, of a modern VTT essentially.
VTT is a funny phrase as well. Like, there are a lot of different kinds of VTTs out there, and if for the very light VTTs, we actually already tick a lot of the boxes.
Yes.
But if you're talking about the very, very advanced, just something like what's it called, Table Tale, like the three-dimensional bouncy rock, that's what I'm thinking of. There's kind of three-dimensional things hopping around like a video game and that kind of stuff. World Anvil is never going to be that. World Anvil doesn't want to be that. That's not what we do. We are world building focused. So yeah, you may find when version 1 comes out and the new releases come out from Heroes that we have everything that you dreamed a VTT might have, but we still won't call it a VTT because that's such a vague term. And it sets too many expectations that we're afraid we're not going to meet. So we don't want to say that. We don't think that's fair on people. What we want to be is the ultimate suite of stuff what you need to run a really great game. Like that's what we want to do. Any features that will definitely not be included? Asks Masks of Eris.
I don't know how to answer this question. How do I define something that won't be included? I don't know how to answer this. Can you give us a bit more detail?
Actually, I can say something. I don't think this is too controversial. We have no plans to add any AI features to World Anvil.
Oh.
I think I can say that very safely. We have no plans to do that. We're not interested in adding generative AI to World Anvil. If you want to use it, that's fine. There's lots and lots of places on the internet you can use generative AI and then copy paste your work into World Anvil. But we're not interested in putting something directly into World Anvil. So that's the thing that definitely won't be included, for example.
Definitely not in the form of an LLM.
No.
That's for
sure. So, just as people were asking, that's the thing we won't do. Yeah. Okay, I can't really think of anything else we won't do. We are always open to feedback and feature requests and everything else. All right. Paxacoya is asking about integration with Roll20 and Foundry. We already have integration with Foundry, and you can find out.
But also we have a very, very open API that anybody wants to create something integration, they can. The API literally serves pretty much everything right now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So the options are there. It's not our core focus for sure, but yeah. Nocturne Campfire asks, would there be a chance in the future we could make our own visual novels or manga? And you already can. So, as
You
part
can,
of manuscripts, you can already upload images as scene types. And we actually have, John Taro has one for sure, a very beautiful graphic novel.
yes.
Or a kind of graphic short on manuscripts, certainly. So yes, this is already possible. If you create a manuscript, you can upload scene
Not
type
text, but actually images essentially that
scene
will
type
accept.
image, and then just upload your images directly to there, and it will work like a manuscript. Alrighty then. Will video be uploadable in the future? I think we
No.
don't have any plans for that. No.
No, certainly.
You can already embed it, but we don't have any plans to host video. Video files are very large, folks. But the YouTube embed is what I would recommend for that.
We might do a video embed system that you can actually link outside. The same thing, the same way we'll be doing audio, but still we're not hosting it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look. What's the most daunting feature you'd love to be on the roadmap? Oh wait, we answered this one already. Hang on.
Yes, I was about to say.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Tom says, will we get more storage space for images? We don't have a plan to add that at this time. I would recommend putting your images in WebP. There is a lot of space on there.
In the history of World Anvil, we never had somebody who came to us and say, I mean, this is not a challenge, just to clarify, but we never had somebody who came to us and say, I ran out of space.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Are there any competitions upcoming apart from Summer Camp and World Ember that you can tell us about? I can tell you we have something coming in April. I can't tell you what it is because that would spoil the surprise, but it's joyful. It is joyful. We think the world needs more joy right now, so we have a joyful competition scheduled for April, and it's going to be a traditional prompt-based challenge. So one article, one prompt, lots of joy, lots of happiness, we hope. So that doesn't mean you can't make it into something grimdark and twisted. I challenge you, community, but the idea is joy. We want to do something joyful and that. And of course, we have WoW running right now, the World Anvil Worldbuilding Awards. We are very, very excited. You saw on the pre-roll some of our nominees there. Folks, do make sure you go and vote. This is your democratic right to decide who should be in the best of World Anvil. Go and vote. Those articles get put up on the big landing page, Best of World Anvil. They get shared as samples. They get shared with our influencers. So they will be all across the internet. This is a big deal. They get trophies. There are cash money prizes for the World Anvil Worldbuilding Awards for the big categories as well. So this is kind of a big deal, and you have a chance to influence the outcome. So do go and vote on that. I'm sure the links are going into the chat right now for where you can do that. But yeah, go vote, folks. Do it. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, here's a great question. More of a kind of approach question. What are effective ways to integrate World Anvil into your own projects, whether you're a reader, writer, game master, or dev? It's a big old question. What are your thoughts, Timmy?
A massive question. That can be like 2 talks in a trench coat, maybe 3. So I don't even want to tackle this question, but integration as a game master, I'm guessing that World Anvil can very easily become the place that you store information to make sure that actually they stay safe. So even if you write in paper, I mean, paper could be a bit hard, but even if you write actually in Word or anything like that, World Anvil now, the new visual editor can easily become a drop-in integration essentially to keep things together. World Anvil is made to be an integration by itself. Like that's the whole point behind it, right? To keep everything together. So that as a developer, well, the sky is the limit. Whatever you want to do with World Anvil, you can actually do at this point. I would, for example, if I had the time, would have created essentially a system for my players. So when they, okay, I'll tell you a secret now. There is a hidden system in World Anvil that will be launching later on this year, which will allow you to create static links, which actually means what? You're going to have a worldanvil.com/l/something that will automatically be created that you will always be able to change where it links without changing the link itself, which will mean, for example, that if you want to use any chips, for example, on the table to get people actually linked to specific locations quickly and easily, you can use these NFC chips to actually link specific maps, locations, articles, whatever it is, very easily and without worrying actually about re-encoding and encoding actually these chips. This is something that I would really like to actually work, and there will be integrations and there will be tools that will be specifically designed to work with this on the new Heroes and Hercules update, for example.
So I would say, if you're a reader, go read stuff. If you're a player, play, make characters. Those are easy. For writers, you can keep everything secret, squirrel. We've had a lot of writers who have built community on World Anvil. They've got discussion boards. They have live active comments where people request and ask questions about their world. They share things on social media as part of their marketing. This really is possible. You can even gamify information using things like password accessed articles and this kind of thing.
Absolutely.
So for writers and game masters, writers especially, like, keep it private if you want to. Put it public as part of your marketing campaign, release the first chapter in manuscripts as a sample, and then send people to buy your book, or release the whole thing and do it as part of a Patreon launch. There really are so many different ways to do it, depending on what you want to do. We made it deliberately open so you can make your own choices, because it's your darn content and it's your darn world, and you should darn well be able to make the choices you want with it. That's why we do that. As a game master, again, you can just use it as your own repository. Dimmy shares articles with his players, and different people can see different things. That's something that's actually really fun about being around the table and knowing that, like, you've got secrets on the article that other people can't see, and there's special secrets for your character. That's really, really exciting, and that is a really fun way. At its simplest, use it for your map so your players know where the frack they are in the world. They get a context of, like, time and space. These kinds of things are incredibly valuable as a game master, just to really help your players understand the setting that you're spinning, which fundamentally is just words. So giving them more of a solid idea of time and place and everything. So yeah, I hope that answered your question, Mythex. But yeah, basically there's a lot of different ways. Let's have a look. Blim, 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 blim. Oh, that's a good question. Of all the people who've made their home on World Anvil, who that you know of has been the most successful? What genre was their work and their world? Well, define success. It's the first question.
Yeah. And I don't know if you talk about people who were already successful or they were successful when they came to Gold Anvil, or, I mean, there's a lot of answers to that.
Yeah, exactly. I wanna brag about some of our authors. So we have using World Anvil right now, we have Tracy Hickman, the author of Dragonlance, creator with his wife of Strad and the Ravenloft campaign setting, and
But also
all of
the
these
new
things.
setting is actually Gold Anvil completely.
Yes, exactly. We have Chris Fox, who is an absolute self-published guru. He wrote the Six-Figure Author. He was one of the first self-published authors to very publicly break a six-figure income from his writing. He uses World Anvil for his stuff as well. We have Andy Law from Warhammer 40k, Cubicle 7, did map work for Critical Role. He uses World Anvil. So we do have a lot of insanely, ridiculously famous people using World Anvil, which still kind of blows my mind. You can see how big my eyes are. It's always a shock to me. It's a very nice one. But we also have a lot of self-starters. We have people who like shot to the top of the Amazon bestsellers list when their novels came out because they, used World Anvil and built their community and made really great decisions and used it very well and written great books. So that's also possible. I know somebody who started with World Anvil and is now a professional GM. Had not actually George Sanders. His pro GM games are selling out right now. That was not something that was possible for him when he joined World Anvil, and now it is. So yeah, there are lots of people who have been successful in lots of different ways. And there are also people who have been successful because now their mental health is way better. We've heard I won't share too many, but we've heard absolutely beautiful stories of people who've just basically found ways to be calmer and happier and more fulfilled because they have a great outlet in world building. And that's also a kind of success, I think. Not monetary, but much more important in many ways. So yeah, I hope that answers
People
your question,
who
Tom.
made friends, people who got married because of World Anvil.
Yeah.
I mean, yes,
World
that
Anvil
sounds
babies. There are World Anvil babies, folks. They
so. Yes,
exist.
success is a very open term of what we consider success, right?
Yeah. Let's have a look. Oh, we are coming to the hour very
Yeah.
quickly. I was wondering about public stories on World Anvil for more erotic style things. Tag it as not safe for work, and you
Yeah.
should be good to go.
Yes.
That's
That is the
TLDR on
answer.
that one. Let's have a look. Oh, we have a CSS question here. I'm not yet versed in CSS, although you can do such amazing things on World Anvil. Where can I begin in this jungle of possibilities?
There are very good articles written by many members of the community. I would suggest you go to Discord and you ask there, and they will give you actually good links and a good start. But I would like to also to say that one of the minor updates I discussed before will be a much easier way to actually make some very basic changes on your interface that will be coming up very quickly. So, for example, changes of sizes and colors of headers and backgrounds and things like that. It will become much easier in the very near future. But if you want to learn CSS, come to the Discord community, ask to the CSS help channel, and I'm pretty sure that they will give you all the articles that are there, and also they will tell you probably about W3 schools. Yes.
Yes. As Matuna says, search feature on Discord. Find the CSS place. Absolutely.
Yes.
Gypsy Rose, we have a very fine video that shows you how to make calendars. I suggest you
Yes.
go check it out. I can't explain it here. Go watch the tutorial video. That one is not out of date. Some of them are, but that one is for sure not out of date. We have not touched calendars for a while. Very quick answer here. What do you do if you don't completely know your world setting, Dimmy? I would suggest start with the world building course that we just put up.
I was about to say exactly that. Like, why don't you start with a course? That would be a good start. Yeah.
World Building 101, it's on World Anvil. Log in, go to the top bar where it says courses, and click the beginner's world building, and it takes you through the fundamental elements of like how does your world work, what are you building, plus a bunch of other stuff. Even if you have already started world building, it will help you, I promise. Alrighty then. Blah 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 blah. Ooh, how do I get motivated? What can I do to bust out of lazy mode? Asks Knit and Crochet Tiger. I have thoughts about that, but Dimmy, go ahead.
I think honestly, community, talking to people in the community will be very helpful. Go to Discord, talk to the new community. Actually, ask people in the new community system on the very top of Gold Anvil. That will actually ask as well. Go to the community and go check through the latest articles from other people. That would be a great idea. See the most favorite articles in Gold Anvil. All of those are ways for you to get your juices flowing, essentially. But also, sometimes, as I said, I think yesterday at some point, inspiration can come from movies and TV series. So consume carefully, don't get stuck, and you will be on your way.
Yeah, absolutely. Let us have a look. Just as we wrap up here, we've done that one. Yes, I saved this one for the end. This is an epic World Anvil origin story. Please tell us again the story about World Anvil going down and the pizza delivery. And this is the last question we're gonna
Do you want
answer
to say,
today.
Janet?
Nope, it's your story. I'll fill in deets as necessary.
It was very late at night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, I think, maybe 3. And we were asleep when, from our perspective, somebody knocked on our door in the very dodgy area that we were, which scared the shit out of me, to be honest with you. But lucky enough, our top floor window was looking down on the front door. So I actually opened up and popped out the door and says, "Hello, who is this?" And says, "Pizza delivery." And I was like, what?
I should
And
mention
then,
we lived in a really dodgy area where there were,
yes, I said already, yeah.
but to find a point on it, a lot of stabbings. So you did not open your door at night if you did not know who was there. So Dimmy actually peered out the window to see who was there, just in case it was like somebody dodgy, and it
Yes.
turned out to be a pizza delivery guy.
But as this was happening, because at this point my computer was on my right-hand side, I had I don't know, probably forethought to have a look on Discord. And then I saw the hundreds of pings. Essentially, what happened was very simple. Our extremely intelligent Andy and TJ Treywin, which were actually part of staff back then, tried to find a way to communicate with us, and they couldn't find a way because our phones were closed. And back then, there was nobody else that had any access to the development servers apart from myself. And they sent us a pizza as a Trojan horse in order for us to see the screen and put the website back up, because yes, it goes down for about 30 minutes until I woke up, which is incredible and hilarious. And yes, I love this. It was one of the most incredible.
That was international message sending by pizza, which was kind of astonishingly effective, and it has become sort of part of the legacy of the beginnings of World Anvil, which is what happens when two people have a crazy dream and try and build a software that doesn't exist by themselves. So yeah, that basically. Folks, thank you all so much for joining us. Dimmy, do you have any closing thoughts about what's coming with World Anvil in the next year or so?
In the next year or so, you should expect World Anvil to feel much more connected, to things to be more easily accessible and quickly. And I would like to close by saying that this would not have been possible without my incredible team of developers, designers, product managers, and my incredible wife. So I would like to say a massive thank you to my team and the community team for all the things that they have done and the guides that they have been doing, because without them, nothing of that would be possible, and I mean it. So thank you very much for your time, guys, and have a beautiful day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Worldbuilding Con.
Folks, we are honored to have you on our journey. Thank you so much all for joining us. And Dimitris, thank you for that wonderful presentation that was not lacking in Udens.
I do my best.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you later. Well, folks, what is up next? Well, let me tell you. We have, in 15 minutes, cozy fantasy world building. Cozy fantasy. It's warm. It's delightful. It's wildly popular right now. Good Lord, the number of Kickstarters and books and things that are coming out. Holy moly. It also needs to be carefully balanced and toned in its world building in order to support your stories. We want to keep things cozy. Well, I have the best of the best to tell you how. Join me in 15 with Travis Baldry, the award-winning author of Legends and Lattes, Sarah Beth Durst, the award-winning author of The Spell Shop, Caitlin Razakis, the New York Times best-selling author of Dreadful, which is cozy despite its title, and Elin Wang, a widely published author, poet, and translator who is also an award winner, because why not? They're all spectacular. We will be unpacking cozy in, about 13 minutes. So I will see you then. In the meantime, grab a drink and light up the fudge. We'll see you shortly. And we are back, folks. I hope you had a great break. I hope that you have some cozy tea. Mine is rooibos, cinnamon, and lemongrass. Very good, by the way. Because our next panel is all about cozy fantasy. So take a swig of your heated beverage and let me introduce our most fabulous guests. Please shout out, light up the forge in the chat to welcome to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage, Travis Baldry, Elin Wang,
Hi.
Sarah Beth Durst, and Caitlin Rosakis. Hey, welcome, folks.
Hi, thanks so much for having us.
I
Oh,
do
it is-
have my tea.
Hello.
You have your tea. All tea, no
I
shade.
emptied my
That's
coffee.
what cozy is all about. All tea, no shade. All right, folks, let me introduce my spectacular panelists properly because they are far too sensible and modest to try and do it themselves. Travis Baldry is the creator of the award-winning Legends and Latte series, a fantasy slice of life with orc baristas and coffee shops. He is also a narrator of audiobooks and a member of SAGFTRA. I'm dyslexic. This is very hard to hear.
SAG-AFTRA.
SAG-AFTRA. I feel like I'm conjuring something. SAG-AFTRA. Welcome, Travis. Thank you so much for joining us on the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Next up, we have Sarah Beth Durst, a New York Times bestselling author of over 25 books for adults, teens, and kids, not cats, not yet, including cozy fantasy. The Spell Shop. There we go. Show off that book swag. I'm here for it. She's been awarded an American Library Association Alex Award, as well as a Mythopoeic Fantasy Award. Several of her books have been optioned for television. Incredible. Congratulations. And one was recently a question on Jeopardy. Did you scream? Did you scream? Did you scream?
Very loudly.
Wait. Welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage, Sarah. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. So happy to be here.
Hooray! Next up, we have Elin Wang, a Chinese diaspora poet, writer, and Chinese-English translator. Her debut book, The Lantern and the Night Moths from Invisible Publishing, is the first book of translations from Chinese and from any Asian language to win the John Glasgow Translation Prize from the Literary Translations Association of Canada in the 40-year history of the prize. About damn time. Congratulations, Elin. That is fantastic.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Wonderful to have you. Speaking of prizes, she has also won the Forster Poetry Prize, the Dwarf Stars Award, and the Alta Travel Fellowship too. Her writing and translations have been widely published in all the best magazines and anthologies, of course. Thank you for joining us, Elin. And of course, no stranger to the World Anvil Worldbuilding podcast, we have Caitlin Rosakis, best-selling author who writes fantasy with a satirical twist and a cozy heart. Her debut novel is Dreadful, which turned out not to be so dreadful after all. And her next book, The Grimoire Grammar School Parent-Teacher Association, is coming from Titan Books very, very soon, correct?
It is May 27th.
Very exciting. Welcome to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage.
Thank you.
Okay, I am too excited. This is my native state of being, as you have probably noticed already. But of course, you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from my fantastic guests. So let's get into it. What defines cozy? I'm doing it. I'm asking that question. What defines cozy in a fantasy world, and how is it different from traditional fantasy world building? I'm going to say a speculative world, because I've recently read Cozy Eldritch and cozy science fiction as well. So what are your thoughts on defining cozy? Sarah Beth, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think it's a vibe. It's how it makes a reader feel. I think it should make a reader feel like they're being hugged, like they're sitting on a couch and they're wrapped in a warm blanket and the snow's falling down outside. They got a cat on their lap, preferably a winged cat, and a mug of hot chocolate, tea, or coffee, your choice, next to you, and a book in your hand. And everything should be crafted around creating that spell, that feeling in the reader. But how you do it is really up to the individual writer and creator, because there's a million different ways you can approach it, so long as it achieves that vibe.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yiling, do you have anything to add to this? From obviously you're a poet, you are in many ways more than most of us a wordsmith of many languages. Do you think there's anything in the language that brings a sense of cozy?
I think so. I'm kind of coming at this from as a poet and translator, and also as an editor for Tales and Feathers, which publishes cozy fantasy. I was an editor-in-chief for 2 years, and We publish a very wide range of cozy fantasy stories, ranging from very like epic to like surreal to like more like mundane slice of life. And I really feel like it is like the vibe, just like it's been said, like something about the mood, the atmosphere. It's more kind of slice of life every day. Then it's less kind of focused on tension or like epic battles or very dramatic moments. So I think we really see that kind of reflected in the world building, as well as the language, where the writing is maybe more poetic or more lyrical or calming, and it creates like a certain kind of atmosphere through like the word choice and through like the tone.
Yeah, absolutely. Travis, I think it's your fault, isn't it? I think I think in many ways Legends and Lattes was the thing that really kind of cozy had existed for a long time, but really catapulted especially cozy fantasy to the fore. What for you defines now a cozy fantasy world, cozy fiction world? And I'm not really sure where I was going with that question. What are your thoughts on this? Share with us, Travis.
I mean, like you said, I think it's existed for a long time. I think Legends and Lattes was just an easy thing to staple the name to, and was very easy to point to as an example of something that was cozy. Um, for me, I do agree that it's definitely vibes. I think a lot of it gets down to kind of the perspective that's being espoused. I think that it is. I think there's probably not any limitations on what you can do, but there are probably easier ways to achieve it. It leads to certain approaches, right? Um, I think that language that is accessible generally makes it easier to be cozy, because I think part of it is not making you work too hard to get to the story that you're trying to take in. So the harder I have to work, the more distant it becomes, and the less cozy. It may be adventurous and amazing, but it's harder to feel comfortable. It's like trying a new food. It's something that you haven't. If it's something you haven't tried and your taste buds are not accustomed to yet, that's more work. But something that your mom made you 1,000 times that's perfect, and you go back and you experience that's a very different kind of feeling. So there's like accessibility in the language, which can mean any number of things. And the other thing that I think that makes it easy for something to be cozy, or easier anyway, is that a lot of the particulars of the story are things that we can personally relate to and understand in the context of our own life. Ultimately, I think the perspective has to have a certain amount of affirmation to it, that ultimately you should feel better after you have read it than before. But the combination of that perspective that's ultimately affirming with things that we personally can relate to and understand, that make us feel better about our own lives, or feel like we appreciate something about our own lives, or what might be in our own lives, I think is key to making something cozy. But I think you can probably break all of those rules if you're ambitious too. So
Yeah, absolutely. There is that sense of familiarity. I mentioned that I've read a Eldritch Cozy recently, and it took place on a houseboat that was just kind of floating through space in the infinite void. Sort of very terrifying on the one hand, but that kind of house setting that had that familiarity. It was called Apple Pies and Eldritch Skies. Very, very lovely novella. And it was kind of brought these two elements together because of that familiarity. Now, Caitlin, you've spoken on domesticity and the idea of, that as a sort of frame that really is part of that definition of cozy. Could you unpack that a little bit for us?
Yeah, I mean, I think bouncing off of what Travis was saying, it is very much focused on things that feel relatable and things that feel personal. The stakes are usually much tighter. We're not going on epic quests here in this subgenre, and so I think Travis is really on to something. Of a lot of the focus is on these small moments that we have a lot of personal experience with. Around, there's almost always threads around food, for one thing, and of course hot beverages are a recurring major theme, I think, partially because it does feel, I mean, most of us like food. We like food writing. We like thinking about, it makes you feel safe, but it brings that focus in on the day-to-day kinds of stuff, and it keeps that focus on things that we're all used to struggling with. I mean, I have had very little experience in chasing across barren landscapes, carrying a cursed ring or whatever it is. I do have a lot of experience in, oh no, I burnt my bread. And so it's not that there's no conflict, but the conflicts often there will be some overarching stuff to keep plot moving, but a lot of the immediate challenges that characters are facing a lot of times are smaller stuff that feels a little bit more familiar to us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've spoken before on a podcast that we did, and actually we have a video up on this on the YouTube if anybody is curious about managing stakes in Cozy and how how you need to make sure that like things are happening, but they're happening personally around the character, and that there is also a sense that even if the character might be in jeopardy, the reader never senses that there is like a real reason to fear. What do you think are world building elements that you can emphasize to establish this sense of safety within a world, a kind of wider sense of security? A particularly pertinent question right now, perhaps. Travis, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think that for me, a lot of it gets down to what perspective are you world building from, and having that world building be very close to the perspective of the character that you're going to associate the most with, or characters that you're going to associate most with, makes it a more personal experience. I think you can probably have pretty high stakes in cozy fantasy. I think you can probably have threat. I think you can probably have anything that you can pull off. But I think some of it is making sure that when you are world building, you know that feeling you had when you were a kid where like you're reading this story and you're like, I really could go through a wardrobe and I might end up in Narnia. Like this might actually happen to me. And it gets harder and harder to have the older you get. And so I think the details that you frame, the more reachable they feel, the easier you make it to get back to that feeling of, you know what, this actually might be something that I could experience and might actually want to. I think that that helps your world building stay within this bubble of, I don't know if safety is the right word, but like achievability, relatability.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, absolutely. And it's part of that. It's almost part of that familiarity we were talking about before, where things don't feel so very far away. You don't have to go all the way to Mount Doom for something. Things feel reachable in a way. What are your thoughts on this, Sarah, about this sort of sense of safety within a setting?
Yeah, I think for me, every single book that exists is saying the same message: you are not alone. And Cozy to me says you are not alone and everything's going to be okay. So I think you can, like Travis was saying, you can have high stake, like the beginning of Spell Shop, there's a revolution and the library is on fire. That's pretty big stakes as they're gathering the books with, the spider plants grabbing them with leaves and so forth. At any rate, it starts with a big fire that they have to escape. But the overall message is one of the authors saying over and over again, you can trust me, you're going to be okay. Everything's going to be all right. And that feeling of that optimism, that hope that runs through it, I think is what makes it work. So I think the world building for Cozy is tied into the worldview of the story, which is one of hope. I would find it very difficult for someone to write a grimdark cozy, because I feel like those are like too complete. I suppose there's someone that maybe pulls. I don't even know how you would do that. But there's this inherent optimism that I think needs to come about with your world building in bringing you along to a world where there's going to be a happy ending. You're going to get a second chance. There's going to be some really delicious chocolate or cheese at the end of it.
Yeah, I like that sense, and also kind of finding those little moments in the world building to add things that are a little bit positive, a little bit hopeful, as you were saying, like just kind of reinforce that message that you are not alone, it's okay. So maybe adding a statue of community somewhere, like if there has to be a statue of community rather than a statue of like somebody standing alone and being miserable, something like that. Is that the kind of thing that you're thinking of?
Exactly. I mean, when I did my world building, pretty much my approach was to sit down and be like, all right, what makes me happy? And then it's in the
Honestly, that's a really, really good starting point for cozy, is like what makes me feel cozy? What makes me feel happy? I love that. What are your thoughts on this one, Caitlin?
I think tone is really important because you can describe the same event in a lot of very different ways. And I mean, I think we sort of started this question with the theory that cozy is not about not putting the characters in danger. The characters are allowed to be in danger. The characters are allowed to be heartbroken. The characters are allowed to go through a lot, but that the reader never thinks they're going to, that the reader isn't going to have to go through a really like uncomfortable emotional place. And I mean, there's absolutely lots of room in fiction for making the reader really feel fear, feel heartbreak, feel loss, feel hopelessness, but that's not cozy. I mean, I think a lot of the cozy description, I think, comes out of like cozy mysteries, which, when you think about it, someone always gets murdered. Someone's going to get murdered. Probably several people are going to get murdered. But over the course of this story, you know, they're going to get murdered by like somebody falls in the ice cream machine in the little small town. And we're going to figure out how this person got turned into pineapple berry ice cream. And that at the end of the story, you're going to have 3 recipes for ice cream. I mean, like I was thinking about like in Spell Shop, like, yeah, this starts in a societal collapse. Everything is literally on fire. There are riots. People are dying. It's horrible. But that's not what the tone is focused on. Similarly, like in Dreadful, at one point somebody gets a moat squid to the face, and you could. I could have described that in a way that is viscerally horrifying. I mean, like, there are tentacles wrapped around your face. You cannot breathe. Something is trying to, like, a hard beak is trying to eat your cheek. You're like, it's near your eye. Like, you could go into that with absolute Lovecraftian horror. You could go into that with stomach churning kinds of description of like making it really revolting. You could go into that with the protagonist who's getting this squid to his face. It's his own darn fault, and he has absolutely done horrible things, and he deserves to have his face eaten by a squid. Honestly, you could really go into that kind of like, this is fate, this is deserved, this is justice. He is going to die horribly. But that wasn't the tone of the book. I chose to describe this in a way that is absolutely slapstick. It's gross, but it's gross in a kind of, not like, oh gosh, kind of way. And I think that's where, like, you can have any level of stakes that you want, but it needs to be described in such a way that you keep telling the reader, like, this is okay. Yeah, somebody just got murdered, but it's murdered in a cozy way. It's funny. It's you downplay the amount of horror and existential dread that is involved. You upplay the amount of comicness. I think comic is a major part of a lot of cozy, of coming back to the fact that there is sort of a humor in every aspect of life, and you're leaning into those. You're leaning into the sensory details that are warm and fuzzy versus the ones that are cold and slimy. So that whatever it is that your characters are experiencing, the reader continues to have this sense of, okay, this is not going to turn into serious hurt, comfort kinds of stuff. This is not going, I'm not going to push you through catharsis by making you feel terrible first. It's that you will enjoy this entire reading experience. The entire reading experience or playing experience or viewing experience is still going to feel safe for the reader.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're really kind of pushing those elements rather than pushing the darkness. Yeah, totally. Yilin, do you have thoughts on this one?
Yeah. I think for me, it's like, I think about the feeling of comfort. You know, what is comforting? What images? What details of the world building in terms of language, in terms of tone? Like, I've seen things that are like cozy speculative fiction that's kind of more, you know, darker and nuanced. But even when they're handling like dark, complex subjects, like, there's a lot of humor and lightheartedness. And I think that's kind of what creates the cozy fantasy. Like, for example, I use like Hiromi Goto's graphic novel, where I would consider like an example of cozy horror. It's this old lady, you know, kind of thinking about the fact that she might die, but she traps death in a vacuum cleaner. Like, you know, and then she goes around her day, you know, with death trapped in a vacuum cleaner. And that is cozy horror, you know. Death is a very dark topic, and yeah, she makes it cozy. And we see this handled very well in lots of other stories as well, where it might touch on, you know, topics of war, of kind of interpersonal conflict, of like authoritarian governments, really complicated issues of identity, trauma, etc. But like, if it's handled in a way that is like reassuring and comforting and optimistic, maybe there's healing involved, maybe caretaking, you know, community support, found family, right? Like, these kind of themes and elements can all kind of create a sense of comfort and reassurance, even when we are handling like very complex topics.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because for me, like, when we're talking about a sense of safety and cozy, there are two big world building elements. And one of them is the community that Elin just mentioned, this sense of there is a welcoming community. Maybe they're a little suspicious of you at first, but they're not going to turn up in sheets on your front lawn and try and lynch you. They are largely welcoming, largely friendly, largely you need to win them over, but there is a community that already exists there, more or less, that you can kind of interface with. And the other one is meeting points. And I think about all of like the spell shop, I think about, you know, Legends and Lattes, I think about Dreadful. They all have these sort of keystone locations that are about meeting and coming together, right? Anyone can jump in. You're very polite. You're very kind to each other.
I think it's a shorthand. I think it's a shorthand for a comfortable space. I think you can probably manufacture it, you know, in any number of places. But I think it is, when you're talking about a genre that's vibes, these are often places that are about vibes. You go to a coffee shop, you know whether it's one you want to spend time in or not. Same thing with a bookstore or a tea shop or whatever. So it's a shorthand for quickly feeding in a lot of vibes without having to do a ton of work to establish them. Let me introduce you to the idea of this place being safe and comfortable for you. No, I'm going to take a place you already understand and get you there now. I think that can be accomplished any number of ways, but I think it's an efficient way of doing it.
Yeah.
I think that's also part of why people are gravitating towards cozy fiction right now so much too, is I feel like there's a lot of sense of us having lost a lot of these community meeting points that we used to have, that a lot of coffee shops and bookstores have been increasingly replaced by Starbucks drive-throughs and by, you know, Amazon ebooks, and by things that are more efficient ways of delivering the thing that ostensibly we were looking for, but in the process we have lost a lot of our third spaces. And I think one of the things why cozy is happening now specifically, because I mean, I think humans have always wanted these things, but I feel like one of the reasons why this vibe is so important to people right now is that feeling of not having enough of that in real life and wanting to seek ways of feeling that community, feeling that comfort in our fiction.
Yeah, exactly. Someone in the chat said used to be the pub in some cultures. Absolutely. Libraries, you know, these are often the places we world build in our fantasy, because they create these senses of safety, essentially. All right, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I was just going to say that you don't have to have that. I mean, I'm currently working on the one I'm working on now. It's called Sea of Charms, and it's at sea. We're moving the whole time on a sailboat. Teller of Small Fortunes by Julie Leong, which is 100% cozy. She's traveling in a wagon the entire time. So you don't have to have one little location, and you don't have to have any one particular trope for it to be cozy. You can use a variety of tools to get there, but so long as you get to that warm feeling that we've been talking about, and that found family too. The idea that strength comes from connecting with other people and strength comes from kindness is one that marries itself very well to cozy.
Yeah, certainly, and that's definitely a theme that you can embed in many ways into that world to real kind of layer it through, I think. All right, I'm going to hit you with one of the hard questions now. I've softened you up. Magic systems. We're writing fantasy, which means there is probably some magic going on, but what works best in a cozy fantasy? Hard or soft? Big or small? High magic versus low magic? What are your thoughts? I want to kick off with Sarah on this one because you literally wrote a book called The Spell Shop.
All of it. I love making up magic systems. I love world building in general. I was like the kid when I was 10 years old where I'd gather up all the scrap paper in my house and like tape it together and draw like huge fantasy worlds and then give all the people in it different magical powers and a talking animal sidekick. So like I've been training for this my whole life.
It's your moment.
So I think cozy fantasy can have any magic system that you want. It can be hard, soft, big, really detailed, super mushy, so long as you're consistent within your world building. Because anytime there was a little bit of chat in the chat bar about reader contract and the promise you make to a reader, and I think that is true with any book. You are making a promise of the kind of journey that you're going to take them on, and that your world is going to ring true within the confines of your story. So long as you're consistent, I mean, if you're writing a nonsense world, if you're writing Alice in Wonderland, halfway through, you don't suddenly step back and talk about the history of the world in a Tolkien-esque way and have the mock turtle break into like a dwarf song. You just will throw the readers out of the spell. So long as you're consistent with your rules of magic. If your rule is that there are no rules, you have to be consistent with that the whole way through. If your rules are, it's coming through words and this, just be consistent. Keep your spell casting going.
I love this. Caitlin, what are your thoughts on this one?
I very much agree that I don't think that there is a specific type of magic that you need. I'm going to come back to the tone issue of like, are you going to describe this in a way? Like, I think it's about figuring out how do you describe the magic system? How much information do you give to the people so that you continue to have this tone that you're trying to build? That like Travis said, you don't want to make people work too hard on cozy. So maybe this is not the time to trot out, a Brandon Sanderson style magic system where the only way you're going to understand the plot is to look at the 15 pages in the back that explains all of the different terms that have been made up for this. That doesn't mean that you couldn't have that level of complexity as your backbone behind this curtain, but you want to make sure that the reader doesn't have to do the super digging into this to be getting the vibe, because that's not the kind of story that you're going for in this particular sense. And same way of like, you can have, I mean, like cozy horror is definitely a thing. You could have, I guess probably blood-based sacrifice magic or something. But you need to be real careful how you describe it and how you weight the different aspects of that description so that you continue to keep your vibe without like puncturing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good points. Travis, what are your thoughts on this one? What do you prefer in a magic system in cozy?
I mean, like everyone says, I think you can do whatever you want. I think your approach is really it's about your approach in presenting it to the reader, right? Because I think you can probably think of like learning the rules of a board game, right? Complicated board game. And you can think of two different ways of learning these complicated rules. One that's comfortable and enjoyable and is about the perspective of that experience. Like, oh, we were sitting in a living room and we're having a good chat and I had a cup of cocoa and we were figuring out how to play Carcassonne. Or you could have, I'm just scrolling through a PDF on the web and learning how to do this so that I can do it later. Those two experiences of learning the rules are very, very different. So how are you articulating these rules to the reader? How do they learn about the world? I think it's easier to do if you're doing it, again, close to the perspective of a character. How can I make this something where I can align my experiences with the experience of learning about this magic system? This is what sort of character first world building. But I think you can do anything as long as you're intentionally doing it for an effect that ultimately accumulates to, this is a story that is affirming to me, and it's a perspective that I understand and can personally relate to.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good points. Eling, what are your thoughts on magic systems in Cozy?
Yeah, I agree. It really depends. Like, I think anything can work, and I've seen like a really wide range. For me, I think the main thing for cozy fantasy is like there's a sense of intimacy. So even if you have like a very big world, even if it's like very hard magic, like we have to think about it on like a smaller scale, you know, in terms of kind of personal, interpersonal relationships, or like smaller moments, quieter kind of moments, intimate spaces, like physically, like domestic settings. So like even if it's like a very complex world, you might end up showing, you know, owning some of that, or like at showing it through like a smaller scale, as opposed to like this very vast epic, you know, let's take you on a, you know, 30 city tour, you know, like a very busy trip. That is kind of a very overwhelming experience, and maybe not so cozy. So I think that is kind of the key part in terms of thinking about just how to like deal with some of the challenges of world building if you do go through like for like a more difficult kind of really hard magic, very vast world, and like a more cozy fantasy story.
Amazing. A slightly related question here, I suppose. How do you balance the mundane and the magical? Now, often Cozy is about the familiar, as we've been saying. Cozy is about a space that is reachable. How can you find ways to balance the two so it still feels like cozy and you're not blowing up a mountain by accident? Anyone can jump in on this. I'm first come, first serve on this one.
So my next book, the Grimmer Grammar School Parent Teacher Association, is very explicitly about this. I've been pitching it as Big Little Lies Goes to Hogwarts. It's very much about a normal, mundane human whose kid gets accepted into a magic school. And a lot of why I was drawn to this particular one is I think that there's this huge vein of humor that can be mined in the how does magic change the mundane, and how does magic just replicate the mundane, only maybe amps it up a little. And it really gives you a lot of chance to deal with just how like ridiculous our mundane lives actually are. So like for example, as the parent of a grade schooler, like you get the school shopping list at the beginning of the year, and they're ridiculous at this point. I mean, it's all like, you know, you need 24 of this particular brand of colored pencil, and 1 pound of white modeling clay, and 3 napkins, and then you just layer on into that. Okay, well, what are all the normal mundane things? Well, of course, you would need all of your colored pencils, and you also need your hensbane, and you need the ritual dagger, and it needs to be of this kind, not this kind. We will not accept this particular manufacturer because there are safety warnings on that particular one. There was a recall. And I think being able to take that magical stuff like and then apply it on top of the minor frustrations of regular life, of the ridiculousness inherent in regular life, and also in the tiny joys of regular life, and using the magic to just tweak each one up 2 notches gives you a lot to play with. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love that. I love that idea, and really, it sounds like it in the most painful way. This is playing on what you know, Caitlin.
Oh gosh, yes.
Any other thoughts on this balancing mundane and magical? Go for it, Sarah.
Yeah, I have a slightly different approach. My favorite books, the reason I fell in love with fantasy books in the first place, are those ones that when you close the book, you feel like the world around you is a little bit more magical than you thought it was, and that you are a little bit more magical than you thought you were. So I love stories where the mundane is magical. You find the magic in sitting with a friend and having some jam. So that's what I love to explore, and cozy is really very well suited towards finding the magical in the everyday.
I think that's a gorgeous sentiment. Any other thoughts on this one? Magical, mundane, magical. Elin, talk to us.
Yeah, so I recently finished translating this very cozy book, which is a fantasy art book reimagining Chinese mythological gods and beings as cats. And it's called The World of Cat Immortals. And it has very intricate art with like fantastical speculative poems about these cat gods. And there's kind of like one segment where the fantasy cat gods become just normal cats living in human homes. So we have this, blend of these really domestic, mundane, everyday settings of people's homes and kind of house cats with like these fantastical gods, living there. And I just love that kind of combination. So I think there are many different ways, to like reimagine kind of daily life and everyday settings and the mundane and kind of imbue it with various kind of fantastical elements, whether kind of more like everyday magic or like really epic ones too.
I am there on this book. I am there. I am with this book right now. I'm sold.
That sounds so
Absolutely
delightful.
It is very cozy.
Travis, do you have any thoughts on this one?
I think that magic can be used for two primary things in books. It's either used to highlight how different the world is from ours, or it's used to reinforce how similar it is and magnifying those similarities in a way that is magical, right? Reminding us that everyday things are magical. And I think you can have both, but you should just be deliberate about what you're choosing to do. What's your mix? How much do I want you to feel like you're going somewhere else, and how much do I want to reinforce the important things about where you are? And just being intentional about it.
I love that. Can you give us some examples of that, just to kind of highlight that point a little bit further?
I mean, if you think about kind of standard epic high fantasy, we're usually trying to take you somewhere else. We're trying to surprise you with how different or spectacular a place might be. I mean, think about something like Dune. Dune isn't really about, how everyday everything is. It's about a real alienness to the world building, right? Which is really compelling and really interesting. And you feel like you're discovering something you've never discovered before. And that is a cool feeling. But then you think about like the beginning of The Hobbit, and, it's more about, these are things I understand. This is somebody who wants to stay home and have a stocked larder, and these people just crashed my house, and I just wanted to be alone and eat my own food, but they're making me do dishes. But Gandalf's there, and there's dwarves, and there's an adventure in the offing, but everything that's happening in that world, especially initially, is to reinforce what's special about the things that we actually care about. But it's still a magical world. Two totally different approaches, but I mean, I think The Hobbit also has, spectacular world building as well that takes you somewhere else. So it's about finding that mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is, there's that everyman feel where we want to connect with the everyman at the beginning because they are the everyman, and so everything has to feel very small and cozy and familiar. And then, of course, once the everyman is catapulted into the big scary world, all of a sudden there's trolls and golems and dragons and all sorts of things. So it's levers that are being pulled to create the effect through magic. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Beautifully illustrated. Thank you. Okay, we've touched on community, but this would not be a cozy panel if we did not talk a little more about it. How can we set up and foster our worlds to create the sense of community and relationships? How can we, in our world building, make sure we are doing this? I mean, number one, make sure there are people, I guess. Yeah, but beyond that, like, what are some mechanisms we can put in place, some world building things we can put in place to set up our stories for those particular aspects? Who wants to jump in on this one? Who has thoughts?
I'll go.
Go for it.
I think one of the really useful things about using fantasy for this kind of book is that you have access to characters that you wouldn't otherwise have access to. You can highlight things about a character using their race or their background or whatever, the fantasy-ness of them. So in Legends and Lattes, I wanted a character, that feeling you get where you're like everybody else knows something that you don't know. You feel like an outsider. So I have a character whose actual race and background makes her an outsider in a way that I couldn't do with like traditional fiction. She's an orc. She's actually taller than everybody else. Horses don't like to be around her. Nobody likes to be around her. The crowd is going to part when you walk through. when you're in a room, you're going to feel acutely that nobody else is like you, which is a feeling that's very relatable, but you get to use the character to accentuate that. All the characters in Legends and Lattes are that way. It's using something that's innate about their physicality or their implied background to magnify these character choices. And then when you put them in a room, you've got kind of a more interesting and more intense mix to work with.
I love that. I think that's fascinating. So really like highlighting the other through fantasy and then the contrast of that. That's beautiful. Other thoughts on this one of fostering community? Take it away, Sarah.
Another way to do it is the trajectory of your plot. If you're moving from a state of alone to a state of community and a connection as your triumph at the end, that's one way to achieve it, as opposed to the leaving the home solo adventure, journeying to become top of the world, the only one that can save the chosen one, blah, 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 which I also love. But the trajectory of alone to connection matches really nicely with Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a note for the chat, if they're curious, Gail Carragher's Heroine's Journey talks very much about, this kind of journey, this other kind of plot that is not the hero's journey. Well worth a read if you are curious about writing Cozy. It's a very, very useful kind of plot paradigm exploration space, and a very fine book in general. We had Gail on yesterday. Very, very fine human being as well. Any other thoughts on this? Community relationships. How can we set up our world building to make this happen? Go ahead. Go ahead, Kit.
Go ahead, Yolanda.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think I've seen in contrast to the hero's journey, like more kind of collective protagonists, a group of people as opposed to the one singular hero. I also think a lot about kind of like relationships in terms of like the main characters and their communities in this world. Their personal ties, whether again in terms of found family or kind of their like actual family, or like communities, including marginalized ones that they're a part of, and those relationships with each other and how that kind of plays a role in the plot as well as in the world. Thinking about relationship with nature, thinking about relationship with animals, perhaps relationship with other groups that are part of the world. One of the stories that I edited before that I see kind of handling this well is Tatangit by Tiffany Morris that I published when I was an editor at Tails and Feathers. And it goes into like this indigenous community. The author is indigenous and the main character is indigenous. And it's a story of kind of her returning to her tribe and kind of investigating kind of the language of the fireflies and also the language of signs being left on the trees. And we get a sense of kind of this character returning home and kind of her relationship with the land, the environment, and the people around her. And I see like a lot of this being explored in different kinds of very cozy settings. For example, another story about like a farm for like endangered and like physically injured, lost magical like fantasy animals, like fantastical creatures being taken care of on this farm. And, it's the whole story is about this character's relationship with these injured animals and that kind of caretaking. So I think this can really be like a central theme if you want to explore.
Yeah, absolutely. That feeling of coming together. And interesting that you mentioned the kind of the going home, which is, again, it's that sense of familiarity, the returning, the, coming back to something that feels like comfort. Caitlin, I don't want to stop you anymore. Off you go.
No worries. I think because found family, because relationship building, because community is such an important part of this, this is a really fun opportunity for you as a world builder, as a writer, as a game designer, to do really fun NPCs. Like, this is where you get to bring in all of the really eccentric, endearing, because they can start off being just eccentric, but they need to mostly become endearing by the end. Random extra little characters, and use those continuously, because a lot of times, if you're in an epic fantasy, you'll have you might have like one or two sidekicks, but you'll be coming in and out of locations. So even if you create a really cool character, they do their one scene and then they're gone. With Cozy, a lot of times you're staying put, and you're having to live with your decisions, and you're having to go through all the normal parts of life, and so you get to deepen these weird characters. I mean, you think about like Gilmore Girls. Everyone in Stars Hollow is bonkers. They're all weird, but because you're spending time with these very strange people, over time you're able to humanize them. You're able to use these weird quirks of each of their personalities to make them not only memorable but also increasingly likable as they bond with your main characters. And it's really fun coming up with interesting people. You know, it gives you great opportunities for like magical pets. You've got a lot of opportunities for adorable animal sidekicks or plant sidekicks in some cases. You've got a lot of opportunities for, you know, the grumpy old man across the street who turns out to have a heart of gold. You can have, you know, people who are offbeat in all kinds of interesting ways and have your character slowly grow to appreciate their offbeatness and how that richness that it brings to life. But it's also just it's really fun because you can come up with some really wacky, interesting people and populate your little town or library or whatever it is that or sailboat, whatever, with these really fun offbeat characters, because the making friends with people who are different from you is a core part of this subgenre.
Yeah, absolutely. And sort of building those relationships. It's one of those things you bank the words where the things are important, and banking words in people that will then become relationships is absolutely a solid way of thinking about this. I think that's and all for some wacky characters. We have a panoply of audience questions, and many of them are very, very fine. So let's have a look at what we have. Angie Jaspon has a concern about neologisms. If we invent too many words, is the cozy fantasy feeling lost? What are your thoughts?
As a narrator, I think it just depends on how many apostrophes you put in them.
So speaks a burned man.
I think it just depends on. I think you can probably invent words, and they can be of varying difficulties of comprehension, right?
Yeah.
If you're changing the words of everything so that the reader is constantly having to reference someone or simply can't immerse, then maybe that's too much. But you can also come up with made-up words that have a close enough analog or are reachable that they aren't a huge obstruction. I don't think there's any hard and fast rule there. It's just, what's your goal? Is your goal to push the reader away? And again, it's like the magic. You know, are you using magic to make the world more alien, or are you using it to make it more relatable? And I think you can use invented words for both purposes and just be clear about how you're doing it.
I'm going to jump in on this one, which I'm not supposed to do, but there's a lot to be said about sound symbolism. And, you know, if you call something a squizimajig, it's really cute. And if you call it, Gothfandor, then it will sound terrifying, and it sounds less cozy. So if you're curious about this, do dig into sound symbolism. There's a lot of very interesting psychological work there, and Worldbuilding 201, when that course comes, will also have a lesson on this, on how you can use different sounds to get the effect that you're trying to get. Just want to slip that in there. Anyone else have a feeling on this one? Invented words. Elin, sorry.
So last year at Worldcon, I was on a panel about translation and world building, and a lot of us talked about having to, make up words when we translate, because we're world building in English and recreating the fantasy world. And so, like, if you're dealing with any type of translation or like a non-English setting, oftentimes you're going to have, words that are from other languages or fantastical. And I think that's just like normal part of the reading experience, to not assume like a monolingual English reader, or to assume that people can't handle other languages or, made up words. So I think, like, I would say no. And I think it's more about how you handle it. And again, how do you create like that cozy vibe?
Yeah. Great,
Yeah.
great point. Let's move on to this fantastic question from Menetith, who says, how do you establish the reader contract of it's going to be okay? How do you build that trust early on? Any thoughts on this one?
I mean, I think you need something early on. You need something to happen early on that lets that puts your reader through a cycle while maintaining the vibe. So like you need a small conflict early on that, regardless of how it feels to the character, shows the reader how you are planning to handle conflict from a tone perspective. That the character might go through a super scary experience like the protagonist of Spell Shop, where that book opens with a bang, and could have been handled in many different tones, but because the reader gets through the complete collapse of a civilization without having, while maintaining this tone, it tells you, like, okay, if we can completely have a capital fall to fire and riots and this tone is maintained, I know what this tone is going to be like for the rest of the book.
Yeah, great point. Any other thoughts on this one? Establishing the contract with the reader. How do you build that trust early on? I think Elin had a really great point for this, which is also setting the language that you use also makes a really, really big impact. Like, that is the thing your language is the thing that reaches the reader first. So there's a lot that can be a lot of lifting you can do just by choosing your words, I think. On that one.
I want to jump in on that because I did think of that earlier. I find every book has its own music to it. It all has its own drum beat moving it forward. It all has its own melody. It all has its own breaths to it. For instance, when I'm writing a thriller, I'll use short sentences. I'll use very punchy verbs, very few adjectives and adverbs, and I'll move it through so you get that heartbeat. And the chapters will end on a gasp. So that's the music of a thriller to me. When I'm writing cozy, you'll notice my paragraphs are thicker. I use a lot of adjectives and adverbs. There's a lot more breath to it. There's a lot more rolling of the sentences. There's the wider vowels come into play a lot. Not as many of the harsher consonants when I'm listening to the music of the words, not just the meaning. And by establishing that this is the song we're singing, that's how you can start building the trust of this. This is what you're listening to. This is how fast your heart should be beating. I'm giving you a chance to breathe.
Yeah, fantastic point. Go ahead.
I actually do the opposite on purpose with Gavin and Dreadful. He spends a lot of time panicking, but the reader is not panicking. And so the sentence structure, I tend to use a lot of very long run-on escalating sentences where he is clearly winding himself up faster and faster. If I wanted the reader to be wound up, I would use those shorter, punchier sentences because I don't want. He is spiraling, but the reader is not. And so I'm using much longer sentences that are increasingly hyperbolic, whereas the reader says, we're not panicking. We are not currently on fire. We can see that this is becoming increasingly ridiculous and less tied to the reality of the situation. It's the character who's panicking. And I'm deliberately not using the short sentences that will escalate the reader's heart rate.
Yeah. That's a really good point. That kind of differentiation between, POV character and then that extra lens through which the reader is understanding things. And I think that kind of dichotomy of perspective is something that's very critical for cozy when you are raising the stakes. Essentially, like, they're stressed, but you don't need to be. Take it, like, make another cup of tea. We're gonna be fine. Here's always an interesting question. Do you build character group first or world first with cozy? I think this is more of a writer person. This is more of a personal writer choice. See, I can with the face words. Than it is necessarily from Cozy. But let's have a quick whip around. Are you character first or world first? Caitlin, thoughts?
Character first.
Character first, very interesting. And Sarah, thoughts?
Simultaneously, they feed off each other and evolve at the same time.
Love it. Elin, how do you approach this? Character first or world first?
Character as well.
Character as well. And how about you, Travis?
Character first, and then I'm kind of doing sort of my world building at the same time, but I use what I call like the sheet over the furniture method, where I know kind of the shape of how things are supposed to work. I know that there's this big event over here. I know that this is an important background element, and I can kind of see the shape of the furniture underneath the sheet. And until I actually get to that part, and I have to say something about it, I leave it there, and then I twitch it back and discover, oh, that's an ottoman. Now I have the details that I need, but at least I didn't back myself into a corner.
Very nice. I love that idea. It will shock nobody to know that I am world first. It was not what I wanted. Yeah, always have been. World comes first. I don't know what to say. I love characters. They're great, but it's always the world setting that comes first for me. I'm a weirdo. It's cool. Blem, there was a great one here. Yes, we have talked about Cozy often being ensemble, Cozy often being many characters. Does anybody have a good resource or two to share for structuring stories with ensemble casts?
So the bit about their character growth arcs working well together. So when I start any book, I write up all of the main characters I care about, and they all have the journey that's implied in the write-up. They're going from here to here, and what I'm looking for is people who are either going on a parallel journey or a reverse journey or an intersecting journey. What's the commonality between these people that would show a different experience with the same problem or the same event in someone's life? And I think it just makes it it gives them something to talk about if they're in the same room, and I think it just makes it easier to provide a richer exploration of whatever it is that you're talking about, because it's not just one perspective anymore. So just, I don't know that that's a tool, but that's something I just keep in mind, and it's something I'm trying to do up front so that when opportunities present themselves, I already know enough about the character to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, techniques are tools, folks. Techniques are tools. Any other nice resources you guys would like to share on ensemble casts? I will say, please go ahead.
Oh no, I have literally laid things out on colored little strips of paper across my entire living room floor, just to see where different characters are coming in, and so each character has its own swim lane, of where, like, what points are they're having major epiphanies, major changes, that kind of stuff, and lining up to make sure that the different arcs are balancing weight-wise over the course of the book. You don't have, this person has all of their super epiphanies in the first third of the book, and then they got nothing to do for the rest of it.
Yeah,
I think it helps to keep in mind that every character thinks that they're the protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. A very, very good point. And I already mentioned the Heroine's Journey by Gail Carragher. I am a plotty plotter as well as a world builder. So that has some quite solid beats for following a heroine's journey, which is a cast narrative in its sort of core. So yeah, I do recommend that if you want something a bit more kind of plot beaty to follow, to consider. Okay, well, folks, that is time already. Can you imagine? Thank you all so very much for joining us. Ooh, I'm all mixed up with my banners. Give me one moment. There we go. I would like to give a massive thank you to my incredible guests here today. Huge thank you to Travis Baldry, Elin Wang, Caitlin Rozakis, and Sarah Beth Durst. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have to say, this has been the coziest of cozy panels. And folks, the links for all of my incredible guests have been going out throughout this chat, and they're also linked in the description of this video. So please do go check them out, support them, follow their links, and basically give them some cozy love, because they are all fabulous and best-selling and award-winning and everything. And yeah, cannot recommend a finer panel of cozy peeps if you are curious about cozy. Well, in 15 minutes time, we are going straight on. Oh goodness. It's naming things. What is in a name, folks? A lot. We've already talked about the problems of nomenclature and making up words. Well, naming things is hard. It's a question I get asked more than any other as a world builder, as a world building coach. And I have a panel of peeps who are here to help you. So in 15 minutes or so, I will be live with Wolfgang Bauer, the founder and publisher of the Emmy Award-winning Cobalt Press, the breakout YouTube sensation and game master Ginny D, the award-winning author Laura Ann Gilman, and the USA Today bestselling author and filmmaker Stephanie Bercioli, as we share our approaches for naming things in world building. All of that is going live in 15 minutes. So go grab a drink and then come right back. You do not want to miss this panel. It is going to be full of inspiration, techniques, and all the good things. I will see you then. See you in 15. Well, there have been explosions, so that must mean we are back. Yes, we are live again with more Worldbuilding Con here on the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage for you today. Oh, goodness. So, my next spectacular panel has come about because of you beautiful beings. I get so many questions along the lines of naming things is hard. And yes, I agree with you. Naming things is really freaking hard. So we thought we would get the best of the best to come and help you. Please welcome my spectacular and very well named guests to the Worldbuilding Con stage by shouting out "Light up the Forge" in the chat. I can see it's already started. This is the way. Please give a big Worldbuilding Con welcome to Ginny D, to Wolfgang Bauer, to Stephanie Bercioli, and to Laura Ann Gilman. Welcome, my beans.
Woo!
Oh, it's good to be here.
Woo! We should check
Are you
first of all.
excited about naming things?
Is my tech actually working? Because we had that
We
problem
see
before.
you, we hear you. Everything is on track. There is a name for technical issues, but we will not say it, for it is a 4-letter word. Let me instead introduce these beautiful people who are far too sensible to try to introduce themselves. Ginny D is a Denver-based tabletop gaming YouTuber. It says YouTuber, star, sensation, I should say, and cosplayer who loves telling stories, bringing characters to life, and wearing the largest elf ears she could find. She's also a published game writer with adventures featured in Steamforged Games' Bard Song and Animal Adventures: The Faraway Sea, among others. Welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage, Ginny.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
I'm thrilled. Next up, we have the spectacular. It's Wolfgang Bauer. He is the founder and publisher of Cobalt Press. Yes, it's you, where he contributes to monster books like The Tome of Beasts and the Creature Codex, and also GM toolkits of many names. Most of his D&D work can be found at Cobalt Press, but he also moonlights like a shadow. He wrote Tyranny of Dragons and Ghosts of Saltmarsh for Wizards of the Coast, and is known for his unreasonable fondness of periodicals. Love it. Welcome to the Worldbuilding stage, Wolfgang Bauer.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
It is always a thrill to have you, Wolfgang, for 2 reasons. A, your excellent self, and B, because every time we bring you onto the Worldbuilding Con stage or to the World Anvil Worldbuilding podcast, I remember again the scream that Demetrius emitted when you first sent us an email, and Demetrius, a 6-foot Greek man, went, "Oh my God, it's Wolfgang Bauer!" So
the power
like,
of email. It's underestimated.
The power of a name, may I say. And speaking of incredible names, who is it? It's Laura Ann Gilman, the author of more than 20 novels, including the Nebula Award-nominated The Vinite War trilogy and the award-winning Devil's West series. Her current projects are Uncanny, the Huntsman Books series. They are spectacular. I do recommend them. Very fun. And a series of paranormal romance novellas focusing on non-traditional partners, starting with Something Perfect. Speaking of perfect, Laura Ann, welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And last but certainly not least, one of our very own Anvilites. It's Stephanie Bercioli, USA Today best-selling author, who is a screenwriter and filmmaker currently living in the Seattle area. As a Black woman with dwarfism, her purpose in life is to write engaging, vivid stories full of fun and snark, often showcasing BIPOC or disabled characters. And when she's not directing or writing novels and screenplays, she's spoiling her cockatiel Dr. Sergeant Peppers McPepperston III. And if that is not a name, I don't know what is. My goodness. Welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage, Stephanie.
So excited to be here.
It is just fantastic having you all here. Okay, you are here to hear my beautiful guests and not me, so let us crack straight on with the hard stuff. Do you have a specific technique or process, or maybe many, for creating names in your world? All right, I'm going to kick off with Wolfgang on this one. What are your thoughts?
Throw me in the deep end. All right, sure. I do have a couple of techniques and processes, and one of them is not that easily replicable, which is think about an adjacent culture, think about language, because I started let me back up. My first language is German. My second language is English. My third language is Russian, and my fourth language is French. So words and names, I know, right? Like this, I take no credit. I have European parents. So thinking about naming, first of all, I often think about what language, what tone, what emotion do I want to evoke? And then there's a long, long process of just throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks. I wish I had the formal background of someone like a Tolkien who was, a linguist. I think it would be helpful. But sometimes it's just rolling around and saying it out loud long enough to figure out, does it sound dumb or does it sound smart? But yeah, I reach into my language bag of tricks. I look for words related to what I'm trying to evoke in other languages, and I start playing with that. So maybe that works for some people. I don't know.
No, it's a great point. I am a filthy paddler of languages, so I speak a little bit of a lot of languages. And my additional recommendation, if you are not as wonderful and fluent as Wolfgang, is to go and find Google Translate. Start putting things in,
Yes.
see what you can
Oh,
find.
I lean
You
on
don't
that
need to know
too.
languages to do this. You can start with Google Translate and go from there, just as a kind of accessibility.
Absolutely.
How about you, Stephanie? How do you approach this?
I procrastinate.
Time-honored tradition.
Yes, exactly. A
I
lot
like
of
that
times,
one.
I'm not even okay. I'm not a narcissist, I swear. But sometimes I'll just literally make the main character my first name because I don't want to deal with it and I want to get on with the creative process. I'll just name things with placeholders if it doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel right. And sometimes I'll just end up changing a name later on because as the character progresses, I realize that the name that I chose really doesn't quite fit them. I mean, I started out pantsing. And then I started plotting, and I realized that when I'm plotting, I come up with the names like because I have full psychological profiles. I spend like a long time plotting this stuff out. Like I'll plot out the entire series, and if I'm doing the plotting, I actually have a much more firm grasp on the nuance of the world. I understand the cultures with the language situation. I've been gravitating towards French. I have a little French background. That's like the only other language I remotely speak, and so I kind of add those things in. But I recently started writing something with aliens, which I've never written anything alien related before. And I had to sort of think about the culture of the peoples on these planets. And it sort of informed how I was creating those names for objects and, locations and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that I firmly believe is to just trust your gut on some of the stuff. I have ADHD, autism, like I have aphantasia. I've got probably 15 other things. And I recently found out that I have a thing called echolalia. And so I really am big on onomatopoeias and stuff like that. Sometimes I just get like focused, and sometimes like that'll wind up being the inspiration for like a magical item or a location, a secret location. And it's just like taking those things that are intrinsic to us, that are like in our souls, just like trusting your gut and just coming up with something cool and fun that really speaks to you. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, we're creating our own world, so.
I like that. Dig in, be as psychological as you can, and if in doubt, trust your gut. I think that's a very solid approach. Laura Ann,
thrown in.
A little French, just a soupçon of French, a little sprinkling. Laura Ann, how do you approach this?
Completely differently.
And that's why we need panels on this, folks, because everybody's got a different tactic.
I tend to be very logical in a lot of ways about how I world, but you have to understand first that I work in multiple genres and multiple subgenres. I've done contemporary, I've done horror, I've done romance, historical fantasy, contemporary fantasy, second world fantasy, some science fiction, all over the place. So a lot of my approach has to depend on what I'm writing. If it's a contemporary romance, obviously it's a lot easier, let's be honest. But I go about it logically, and my bywords are continuity and context. So I don't name my characters to start. I figure out the world to start. For example, with the Weimar War, which was set in a sort of alternate history that branched off from the Etruscan period. So we're going way back. Each character that came from different cultures, I looked at that culture and sort of tried to extrapolate names and place names that would come from that culture. Even thinking about things like, do they gender their words? And it had to be consistent. English is weird because we have stolen so much from so many different languages that there isn't any, but if you look at a lot of other cultures, a lot of other languages, there is continuity in naming. Does this culture use both maternal and paternal naming protocol, for example? Things like that. all of that kind of goes into the hopper, and I let it sit in the back of my brain for a while. And then as I'm writing, it all sort of flows from the context of the culture that I'm writing in. That does not mean I'm making this up. I'm working on a story set in the Landsbyn in the Vine Art War right now. That is, some of you out there may be happy about this. I'm finally writing the Whiskey Witches story. Vine Art War is based on wine magic. There was sort of a subset of witches who use whiskey magic. This is how my brain works. Hi. And it's set in a Celtic culture. So I'm going in, looking at all the Gaelic words, the naming conventions, and then kind of extrapolating from there. So I'm not copying exactly, but that's what I'm using, which is, I guess, why I say I'm using a logical progression into the world that I'm creating.
Yeah.
Which basically means that I do way more work than I need to, but that's just how my brain works.
I am so excited already for this panel, that we have so many like similarities but also differences in the way that we're approaching. Where do you land on this one, Ginny? Are you a planner? Do you go for the poetry of a name? Do you dabble in languages? Do you dig into the history?
I'm definitely more of a throw spaghetti at the wall type of person. I'll try on 100 names to feel which one just seems like the right name. But I kind of like to do a backwards version of what Laura Ann is describing, where sometimes I will let a name inspire a world building thing. Like if I was naming, mountains, and I thought of like a cool sounding name that invoked an interesting feeling, like maybe it would have some sort of strange plant or like be an unusual color or something. Like I just recently named something in a world that I'm working on. I was like, what if we called it the Riven Wood, and we had it be like a wood that was split by this rift, and then we could like start inventing all of this interesting stuff about this rift. And the only reason I even thought of a rift being in the forest is because I was like, Riven is a cool word. That would be a great word for a forest. And I think I do the same thing with names too. Like I find Irish names really beautiful, and so I named my first D&D character an Irish name. And as I was working backwards, naming the other characters that she knows and the characters related to her warlock patron, I was drawing from Irish names and the Irish language when I was doing that, because it felt like those things would then have continuity with that character. But honestly, a lot of it when it comes to character names, especially for me, is like, I'm not going to have any kids, so I have a list of names that I like, and they go to my characters, not to my actual spawn.
I love that. And I love the idea that a name can inspire world building. It can inspire setting. I think that's definitely an experience I've had before. I don't do it on purpose, but sometimes I'm like, oh, but that's cool. And then suddenly you're swept away by the rule of cool, and then you build from there. I am so thrilled that we have so many different approaches. Folks in the chat, I do want to hear from you as well. Do throw in your own approaches, because I think this is one of those topics where, there are 5 people and 10 approaches in the room already, and more is more, like lots of different tactics to get through. I'm not going to ask anyone to name names, as it were. This is not a shady panel, but if you want to, I'm not going to stop you. Common mistakes. What are things that we want to watch out against and guard our audience against when we are naming stuff? Laura Ann, let's start with you. What are your thoughts? I saw you instantly go, ooh.
I am laughing because a little background. The first portion of my career, I was an editor, science fiction fantasy editor in New York. And my boss, Susan Allison, who's the executive editor of A Science Fiction at the time, had a rule that any character names that had apostrophes in them, she was not going to read. I see, especially in baby writers of any age, and especially in fantasy, and particularly in epic or high fantasy, there's this feeling that your names have to be exotic sounding, and they have to be complicated. And I'm not going to point at any particular role-playing games that might have started this tradition. Y'all know who you are. But it's really hard for readers, as a rule, to get into a character who has a name that they stumble over all the time. And people forget when they're writing characters that your characters are going to have nicknames. If their name is complicated, somebody in their life is going to shorten it. But instead they'll go very formal with apostrophes. And it's just, it's terrible. Don't do it. Of course, somebody will do it brilliantly and prove me wrong, but generally, don't make your name so complicated that nobody actually will talk to them.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. Ginny, do you have any bugbears in this area?
Yeah, I think this is so funny because I was just talking with a friend this morning about dragon names because he was like, I don't like long, crazy dragon names. And I was like, I love long, crazy dragon names because in my mind, I'm like, if you're going to live for thousands of years, I feel like you want to be the only one with that name the whole time. And one of the only ways to make sure that happens is if you have like a long, crazy name that nobody else would ever have. So I tend to come up with these dragon names that are really intense on purpose because I'm like, dragons are these huge, majestic, like often self-centered, like they're creatures that I think would feel they deserve a name like that in a lot of cases. And I think that can be a selling point. Like if that's a character point that they would have a long name like that perhaps they chose for themselves or that was chosen to make them seem majestic. But in general, I also agree that especially within role-playing games, you're going to have players trying to say these names. And I can report that every cool, interesting name that I've come up with turns into something a lot sillier once it's in the hands of players. In one of the games I'm a player in, there's a dragon called Nox Drenethil, and we have called her Nox Benadryl since the day we met her.
Oh no. And there is a point there about characters with extended longevity that like you have time to say the name. You have time to say the long name. You're not going anywhere, you know.
Yes, and I also love, I love the naming convention in D&D where gnomes have a bunch of names because I think it's so fun to have this concept of characters that build up an accumulation of names that refer to what they are like over time, given to them by people that they love or people who know them very well or experiences that they've had. I think there can be fun in world ways to make long names justified. But I also think it's one of those like know the rules before you break them things. Like if you're going to give somebody a really long name, it should probably be for a reason.
I love that. Stephanie, what's your take on naming taboos?
I do want to say, like, all rules, you can be broken, but I think some of it has to be intentional. But some pet peeves of mine, which I actually played on one of these, is, again, I have aphantasia, so I can't build a picture of the character in my mind to differentiate them. So if I see characters with names that are too similar, I get so confused. Like if you have 3 people that start with an S and you're just like, who is what? I have to go flipping back and I'm like, all right, here's okay, now I have some vague idea, but then you're taken out of the story. And then the other one, so I have something I'm working on where I specifically have 2 characters that have the same first name, and they're referred to as the loved one and the hated one because one of them is so super annoying, but they're polar opposites. And like you can obviously tell the difference on page. So I'm going with it as that's the point of having them have those names. So having intentionality and making it very known at the beginning, like I hate when people have like super crazy long names, but I have I have an alien that has like a crazy long name and there's a very specific reason why their name is that, but no one calls them that and they don't expect anybody to call them that. It's a part of their culture. Like these things are tacked on for a very specific reason, which people find out later, but they won't even find out the actual full name until like, the 6th book or something. So it's like there are ways that you could look at these things. I have the curse that I came up with in my first series is called the Liel Duel, and there's like 17 apostrophes in it. And I did that on purpose for phonetical, for so people could read it, because it's like L apostrophe I apostrophe L, and then this duel is a separate word. But it's just kind of like I have to say that I don't care. I mean, because my whole thing is like if someone wants to have all the characters have the same name, then that's their artistic, creative right to do that. So I don't really judge. I'm just saying for me personally, I just get confused when I see certain things. It takes me out of the story. I don't want to do that unless it's intentional and I do it on purpose and I sort of have an explanation for it so they know that I didn't do it because I'm a complete amateur and don't know what I'm doing. But that's the thing, is intentionality and explaining to them why you did that thing. And if you do have characters that are very similar, you have to make them different enough on the page so that it doesn't completely just you'll break the reader's trust after a while. If they start getting too confused, they'll be like, I don't know what else this person's going to try to pull on me. But yeah. Anyways, I'm done.
Really good point. Really good point there. I'm dyslexic, so I second the do not name all your main characters with the same starting letter because they look like the same word. I won't know who we're talking about. I will get lost very quickly. Wolfgang, what are your thoughts on naming mistakes?
Well, I agree with everything we've heard so far, and I'm coming at it a little bit from from my days as an editor and a little bit from my days working at the Pokemon company, where we did a lot of naming of characters and card sets and things. And one of the things we did at Pokemon is, because it's such an international IP and there are players of Pokemon games all over the world, we had to think about what it was like to take a certain name from one language into another, because the cards were illustrated and created in Japan, and then there we were in Seattle thinking, well, we need something that's the English equivalent, and then we need all the European languages. And what I found out very quickly was we could come up with an English name that we liked, but we would hand it to a localization editor for French or Spanish, and they would say, oh, that's filthy. You can't use that. That's rude. And usually it was the Spaniards and the French, occasionally the Germans or someone. But, we didn't think about that at first, but over time we learned to trust them. Like, okay, we do know that this is a bit of world building for Pokemon that will carry over into 5 or 6 major languages. So let's think about it ahead of time. And when you're doing your world building, you might not be thinking in those terms. But maybe it's worth throwing into Google and seeing if it is going to set off someone's, if they're just going to laugh at it because it's a silly word in Greek or Russian.
Yeah, we call it the snigger trigger.
Yes.
I'm reminded of the Nova incident. I think it was Ford had named their card Nova and then tried to market it in Spanish-speaking countries, and it didn't go over well.
There was also the MR2 that came out in French as the MR2, which sounds like it doesn't hold up.
Chocolate ice cream emoji.
Yeah.
And even if it's not like a rude word, I think it can still take people out if you don't consider other language readers.
Yeah.
Like, I named a character Morelia. I was like inspired by the moral mushroom, and I was like, she's a wood elf. And then a bunch of people in Mexico were like, that's a city here. So every time I post anything about her, people are just like, wait, the city in Mexico? It just comes up every single time now.
Yeah, and I think a quick Google to see if something else is called the same thing. I mean, like, especially if you're titling books, but even if you're naming major things in your world. We had somebody who got very cross with us because over at World Anvil, because they'd found an article on World Anvil where somebody had called their forest the Silver Forest, and they had apparently written a book where they also had the Silver Forest, and it was just like one of the most obvious names in the world, but somebody got very upset because somebody else had used their name, and we had to DMCA the whole article because they had stolen their name, and we had to explain very, very, very politely that this is not how this works.
It's not even common things. I mean, I have a 10-book series called the Cosa Nostradamus because I cannot resist a pun. Wolfgang's laughing because he knows that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I got somebody upset with me because they also had used the pun Cosa Nostradamus for something. And I'm like, I'm sorry, we are 10 books into the series. I'm not changing it.
No, nor should you. I mean, I made this language mistake with the Midgard setting, which is an RPG setting in English, but I didn't look up to see if the term had been used for a German RPG 20 years earlier. And it had. But it's such a common word, right? It's all Norse mythology, it's hither and yon. And like the German fans were a little upset, like, you're ripping off our name. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, the Norse had it first. And by the way, we're an English language publisher. I thought I knew the field I was looking at.
Yeah.
But I should have Googled 15 years ago and saved myself some trouble.
The risk is... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I was just going to say, the risk is that every single thing that you look up that sounds like a cool fantasy word is either an item in Final Fantasy or a World of Warcraft character's last name, is what I've found.
You will have overlaps, and you got to be comfortable with that sometimes, right? Like,
but I will say, one thing about that though is like you definitely don't want to have an overlap with somebody who is like selling like bazillion books and has a huge name, because then people might come after you.
Right? There might be a cloud elf. If
Only
there's a cloud
steal
elf
from the
named
unknown.
Skywalker,
There you go.
don't do it.
Those who live in relative obscurity.
You want to be able to be the top of the SEO results for whatever it is.
Yes.
Yeah, and
That's fair.
honestly, these are the kinds of things that, like, if you are just a game master playing around the table, you do not need to worry about this. Have at it. You have different concerns, like getting your players to remember the names of stuff in your world. But if you are thinking of publishing, this does become a concern, and so it's one of those things where, like, just be aware. What's your end goal? Is this something you should consider or not?
And if it's trademarked, if you're in the US, you have to make sure if things aren't trademarked and they're not in the same category that you're trying to use them in, because then they will come after you with the law.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
usually a law firm on retainer. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We've talked a lot. We've mentioned naming places and we've mentioned naming characters. Let's talk magic systems, technology, special abilities, that kind of crunchy stuff. Do you approach this differently than people and places? Who would like to jump in on this one?
I will.
Laura Ann, take it away.
If nobody else. Unlike everything else, my magic systems are organic. A lot of times that's what comes first when I'm telling a story, or it just as I'm writing the story, it grows in my brain. But for example, the Vine Art War books, again, wine magic. It's all based in viticulture, in the act of winemaking. So all of my terms are actually winemaking terms. And again, because I can't resist a pun, the Vine Arts, the magicians, incant the spells into the wine, and then when you open it to use it, you of course decant it.
Of course you do.
But again, going back to the logical aspect of it, it is very much taken from what the magic is based on. For the Costa Nostradamus, the Retriever series, it's all electrical based magic. They source wild, which is thunderstorms, or they source man-made, which is stealing from power plants and so forth. So again, I'm using electrical terms, electrical engineering terms in a lot of cases to describe the magic.
Sure.
But I don't really think about it in terms of, well, what names am I going to use? I'm saying, okay, what can I steal?
Yeah. Okay. So repurposing for also for a sense of familiarity, I guess.
Yes.
There. Yeah. Very, very smart. Does anyone else have thoughts about this magic systems technology?
Well, I have something I want to build on what Laura Ann just said, which is, starting with viticulture, starting with electricity, it gives you a theme. And because English is the language that steals from all other languages and has this enormously broad and deep vocabulary, you can often find a Germanic root word, a Latin root word, loan words,
Greek one.
Greek one, right? You can find multiple terms that are around a single topic. If it were fire magic, you could go to town with your thesaurus and or just brainstorming terminology. And I find in magic systems, it's easy to say, oh, it's fire magic, it's wine magic, it's something. But then you do need all the supporting technological terms. And that's where I think English is delightful, because we can broaden that, right, very quickly. And that's a nice way to go if you start thinking about what are the specific steps you need to take to make this magic work.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to kind of expand on that theme, there's definitely something you can say where, there's one school that uses the fiamma route, and there's one school of flamma, and there's one school that uses the pyros route, the pyro route, and then you can start to create, organizations with divergent nomenclature that are they're now in world building. Sorry.
No, but that's
it happens like that, guys. Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden your naming is doing two things. It's telling you flames, it's telling you pyro, but it's also telling you who are these people and what are they different than the other people because they're using the different route and they're using the different approach. I think that is in many ways the power of naming. Naming gives you, if you do it well, and if you can, it gives you origin, it gives you depth, it gives you position as much as it gives you just like a handle to call a thing.
It can also give you mystery.
Yes.
I mean, that's
absolutely.
because if you're not defining things, and I'm thinking here, the Devil's West, where one of our main protagonists, I'm not sure what he is simply referred to as the boss.
Yeah.
Or the devil for those outside. He has no name.
I want to kind of play off of Janet was saying a little bit, and what you're just saying is like, I think about the audience as well as the culture, like how advanced they are. Because like you have to think, if someone's saying, oh, there's fire, we just created it, then anything that has to do with fire, that would be fire magic. They're not probably going to be talking about the different levels. They're not like with the 17 words for snow for people that live in cultures where it's, they're surrounded by snow like 70 or 80% of the year or more. So it's like trying to think about it from those perspectives too can also help you to kind of pick a route, as opposed to kind of doing the whole picking and choosing a bunch of different things. It might make it a little bit more, a little bit easier for you to pick something. And then it also, again, like I said, the audience, because if I'm going after people that are hard sci-fi versus like, if I want to do some kind of like light mystery type thing for a 60 to 80-year-old audience of women who have never read anything magical in their lives, I'm going to approach it a little bit differently, right? Because one's going to be a little more scientific, the other one's going to be a little fluffy, and the language is not going to be quite so intense. So, I mean, just kind of thinking about those things from the perspective of who's reading this, and are they even going to understand half the stuff? Because if they're going to have to pull out a thesaurus to figure it out, they might not get past chapter 1. That's not really what you want.
Yeah, totally. And you raise a very good point there. What is a transportation circle but a transporter from Star Trek? Like it is the same technology. It's a transportation circle by any other name really is a different genre, and you can use that. Like that's another lever that you can pull when you're using names. What are your thoughts on this one, Ginny? Magic systems, special abilities, like how have you approached this?
I tend to just lean towards real words that people know, or words that are related to things that people know, because I do think that if you start inventing like made up conglomerations of syllables to refer to something that is already something your readers or players are going to have to learn, it just adds another layer of complexity. My favorite magic systems, either they have very few made up words or they have no made up words, like the charter in the Old Kingdom series. Like you have a charter mark. The charter is the system of magic. They're like, everything is just the most basic word that you can think of for the thing. Like if there's a mark on your forehead that lets you access the charter, it's a charter mark. It just makes it really easy to follow what's going on. And it also feels very natural within the world, because of course the people who interact with those things every day are going to have simple, straightforward names for them. And even if you have magic systems that maybe were developed later, because I do think when you develop something in a society later, like a computer, for example, our word for computer is the thing that computes. We come up with names like that once we're doing late stage like language creation. And there are, the Locked Tomb series has a magic system that came up quite late in the development of the world. And so they do have like a few invented words that refer to really specific things. Phenergy and thalergy are like life energy and death energy. And it makes sense that they would invent special words for this new concept when we don't already have a natural way to refer to those things. So I think some of that context is useful too. Like when did this come up and why are people referring to it? How often are they referring to it?
Can I add something really quick to that, because I'm so inspired? Like one other thing too is if you're thinking about the backstory, the history of the progression of that particular thing, that means that you can write backstory on it. That means that you can actually bring the audience in and see the origin, the etymology of this thing and where it is now at this point in technology. And so it gives you like more depth and breadth that you can actually share with them. And I don't know, I find that very inspiring. So
if I could just jump into something Jenny said, talking about adding late stage language. If you look at some of the older languages dealing with modern technology, they borrow words.
They do.
And they don't even try to hide it.
Nope.
If you look at that tells you about the trade and the correspondence between two cultures. So if you have one culture who's got this and they're using a loan word, that tells you that they've had long-term contact, or at least long enough to have stolen that word and be comfortable with it. So it's the subtle things that I really love about naming and language that tells the reader without actually telling them.
Yeah. I also think, going back to what Ginny said, there is an accessibility thing. If this is something for the few and the elite, if this is something that is supposed to be kept out of people's hands, then it will be made arcane and complex and distant. I think, of course, of Latin being the court language for a very long time in the UK, so that people couldn't understand the legal system. It was only Richard III in the 1470s who brought in the vernacular, who brought in English as the court language.
I think that works perfectly for how we treat practitioners now in medicine, right? The
Yes,
languages they use that
absolutely.
exclude most of us from understanding what they're talking about. What's wrong with me, doctor? Well, you have a hematoma.
Yeah.
In English, right? But I think wizards or arcane technologists might just have a little bit of jargon, and if you bring that into your world building, right? If wizards talk about, I don't know, Fulton's formula and the Saracen brazier, like what are they talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're not talking to you, right? They're wizards talking about wizard things.
Well, that's the thing to remember is that any group of people, I mean, you get writers together and we start throwing around terms. The outsiders are like, wait a minute, advance against royalties? What?
Yeah. Shop, essentially, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, shop talk, it creates a second, almost a cant for your characters. And again, this is one thing that I have a personal thing about is that you don't have to explain it to your reader.
Yeah.
They don't have to have a translation. All they need to know is that these people are talking amongst themselves for a reason, or simply because they're excluding somebody else, or it's just habit. It adds depth and color to your world.
Yeah,
and it's also a fun writing exercise. If you take a situation, like if you have, two professionals that are having a conversation and you have a third person in the room who has no level of education about this particular thing that these two people have. If you write it from the perspective of one of the people that actually, is at the professional level, and then you write it again from the perspective of the person who has no idea, that might add a comedic element, and you might think that it's better to add that scene in as opposed to the first version. So it's like, just as a creative exercise, think about things from different people's perspectives and how they would actually interpret it. And there's not just because of the interpretation of the language, but also like we have secrets that we hide from others. We have secrets we hide from ourselves. Maybe I want to sound smart, so I use big words that I don't understand, so maybe, there's different ways that you can play off of these things and make it much more entertaining and immersive for people, because they're much more drawn into it, because you're not just approaching it from that static sort of standard way that we typically think of them as going.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it totally did. These naming systems, they are, inclusive or exclusive. They are dynamic. They are perspective based. Like there's a lot in there. I did, because nobody else has mentioned it, just want to throw out the portmanteau. Particularly celebrated in cyberpunk, of course, is a portmanteau itself. Things like RoboCop, things like Neuromancer. This is a very, very common way of dealing with magic systems and technologies and special abilities, particularly cyberpunk and onwards. Space tech often uses these kinds of things. They don't sound fantasy, they don't sound oldie worldy, but they sure as heck get the meaning across. Like if you tell me RoboCop, I kind of understand exactly what I'm dealing with, even before I've seen the movie poster, right? So, yeah, definitely.
And I think those can still be fantasy if you can pick fantasy enough sounding words for it. I mean, I use portmanteaus a ton. I just, after my husband was complaining about my long dragon names, I recently named a dragon Starhallow, because I was like, that sounds like a fancy, powerful thing, and everyone can pronounce it,
Yeah. That actually segues me so beautifully. Thank you, Jenny. I'm gonna keep you in the spotlight for this one. How do you ensure names are suitable, pronounceable, and memorable, Jenny? Like Starhallow, not like which is also hard to spell. To be fair.
Yeah, I definitely like to say stuff out loud. I'm sure that part of this comes from the fact that one of my major creative productions is video. So anything that I write, I'm usually saying out loud anyway, and I'm the first one to say it out loud in most cases. So I do need to make sure I actually know how to do that. But I like for people to be able to read a name in the way that it's supposed to be pronounced. As someone with both a first and last name that people often misspell and mispronounce, my real last name, not my internet last name, I have had a lifetime of experience in seeing how easily people can mangle relatively simple combinations of letters on the page. So I do try to just envision what does someone think when they see this? What words does it look similar to? And then also when a word or a name is going to reach a lot of people and I want to feel confident that everyone will like it or know how to pronounce it, I mean, I'll run it by other people. I'll be like, what name of these is your favorite? Or how would you say this name? Or does this name feel like an evil person to you? Or something like that. I mean, honestly, like my own gut reactions and the gut reactions of people around me are the most valuable thing. We can theory craft around names as long as we want, but like, where the rubber meets the road is like actual people reading and saying the name.
Test. What is your experience on this, Laura?
I goofed terribly. the main character or the protagonist in the Vine Art War is a young man named Jerzy. And generally, I read stuff out loud, and either to myself or to an audience, and I gauge reaction as we're talking about. I did not think about this because I was setting these characters from different cultures. Jerzy was perfectly logical from where this character came from. The problem is, in that culture, it's spelled Jerzy. So I've had to accept the fact that 99% of the people who are reading these books are pronouncing like Jersey. Now, as somebody who's born in New Jersey, I find this hysterical. Occasionally, I will get a Polish reader who pronounces it correctly, and I'm like, "Oh, God bless you." So yeah, you try your best. You read it out loud. You ask people. You talk to people, and you have to accept the fact that sometimes best efforts aren't enough.
Yes. Yeah, very, very good point. Wolfgang, have you got a way?
Yeah, I've got a similar but different goof. There's a dragon empire in Midgard, which is also called the Marodi Empire. But I spelled it Mharoti. And the H, while sounding very draconic and cool to me at the time, has tripped people up ever since because MH is not, it's memorable, but it's not familiar or pronounceable. People just look at it and they're like, how am I supposed to say this? So, occasionally someone asks, and I'll tell them how I do it. But just like Laura Ann, whatever the audience wants to pronounce it as, that's what's going to win. Yeah. I think sometimes you're fighting two instincts. One is I want it to look distinct from the run-of-the-mill English names, right? Marodi does that with putting an MHA together. But at the same time, then you're making it memorable but not approachable, right? And so if you go too far with, wow, it's a really memorable and complex set of phonemes, you've undercut your ability to actually just get people saying, yeah, I know how to say that.
I have a polyglot question for you. Do you ever have the, oh God, which language am I pronouncing this in?
Yes.
Question?
All the
Where
time.
you look at a word and you're like, is this Dutch? Is this French? Is this Greek? What?
Terrible. Occasionally I'm like, well, it's perfectly logical. Niemheim auf Deutsch is, and then the English are all like, why is it IE and then EI? And I'm like, no, it's German. And I'm like, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, we don't have actual rules like you guys do.
That's the fun of English.
Playing it
We have
fast and
rules,
loose.
they're just contradictory.
Yeah. At this point, I'm afraid to say American town names because I know how they would be pronounced in European languages, and then I see them in American languages, and I'm like, worse. But it's the Wild West. Sometimes, literally.
Yeah.
It's even worse than that, though, because I learned this moving from the East Coast to the West Coast. If you have towns or locations that are Native American names, the East Coast tribes and the West Coast tribes have very different accents. And the emphasis is on different syllables. So coming out to the West Coast, I was mispronouncing things for years because I was putting the accent on the wrong syllable.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
realizing that was a moment of, oh, holy shit. Wow, that makes sense. That's brilliant. Oh my God. But it really pissed me off.
So confusing. Stephanie, do you have a safeguard for suitable, pronounceable, and memorable?
Nope, don't care. No, so
I mean, I guess because you're a filmmaker as well. How does that feature? Because people are literally, it doesn't just happen in your head. Like it literally has to happen on a screen, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things though, like my first year is like the female protagonists are Floribel, Amira, and Star. I'm like, okay, I have a Floribel. Some people are going to mispronounce that. They don't know it means beautiful flower. So I got to have something super simple. Star, easy, done. And then so that's fine. And then the male protagonists, their names are like no more than 2 syllables. And so but they're different, and I hope that the personalities and those things are the things that make them distinctive. But I don't try to make like crazy names that are hard to pronounce. And like I said, with the curse that I had, because I knew it would be difficult to pronounce, that's why I put the apostrophes in there, because the dashes just didn't look as pretty. But another thing that I do too is like, how does it feel in my mouth? Like I like I said, I have neurodivergence things, and things have to feel right in my mouth, and they have to sit right in my soul. So, I mean, it's like if I have a person named Florabelle, she's feisty, but she's like one of the best people you'd ever know, right? Until she tries to, well, never going to go into that one, the spoilers. But the thing that she does that is completely antithetical to her personality kind of sets her, so it's kind of like I try to think about those things and try to make sure that the name sort of encompasses that person at a certain level so that there's enough of a distinction. But as far as being pronounceable, I mean, there are people with different reading levels. There are people with English as a 17th language. I'm not even going to pretend like people are going to be able to pronounce everything, even if it's like, I mean, if you think about the differences between European languages, how you pronounce I's and E's in English versus lots of other languages. Like, I mean, in Spanish, it's like if you see those things, like you're not going to get it the same. I mean, gato, like it's a cake or it's a cat. If you think about Spanish or French,
are you pronouncing it French or
there's
Spanish?
Like an X in there, that's in one of them. So, and it's silent. So every language has its little quirks, and so I just don't necessarily think about that. I just try not to make it. I'm not going to have 12 difficult names in a book. Or you're in a screenplay. But then another thing too is if I have a name like Florabelle, her friends call her Flora. You know what I mean? I always have that nickname. If I have a Cassandra, she might just be Cass. I mean, there may be someone who's just referred to as a couple of initials, CC or TT, something like that, just to make it so that, and also there's that familiarity so that they kind of feel like they're in on it, the psychological triggers. So those are the kinds of things I think about more so than the name, because your parents named you before you had a personality. So like we have the ability to rename these people after they have their personalities developed. Like your name may not suit you. You have to go through legal channels to change your name because it doesn't feel right. But we have more of an innate understanding of our characters and if the names remotely fit. So I don't really think about it that hard. Long story short, I don't think about it that hard. I try to make the differentiation with the character and make it so that that's what they kind of, if it starts with an F and the person's feisty, I know it's Florabelle / Flora.
That is actually a technique I read about on Mary O'Renick Cowell's blog, is that she will take an identifier for the character and choose a name that starts with the same letter. So if it's somebody who always wears very big earrings, they might be called Enid or something. And she does that very intentionally to try to tie the two things together in the reader's mind. I thought it was very clever. I just want to share that. Another technique that I have used in the past, particularly when making up things by using Google Translate or using other languages, is a technique I call verbal erosion. So I will ram the word together and then say it 50 times and see what it sounds like once I've said it 50 times. And if it's got a little bit kind of mangled and eroded in the process, that tells me how it's going to sit in the mouths of people. And also it gives me I write a lot of slightly more historical stuff. So it gives you the feeling of like, this is a name that has sat in people's mouths for 100 years and they have chewed it. So another thing you can play with and try.
I mean, verbal erosion is such a nice term for that because we see it all around us all the time. I can remember a time when we called them personal computers, and now they're just PCs.
Or
right?
electronic mail.
Yeah.
Electronic mail, yes.
We were talking about this earlier. It's like it went from electronic mail, because some of us are old enough to remember when this was a new and scary thing, to mail, to email.
Yeah.
It's now one word, which still drives me crazy because I am an old. But yeah, there is an erosion in not just how we say it, but how we write it, how we convey it. And it does give a sense of it being more integrated into a culture.
Mm-hmm. I mean, language is a living thing. Like it's constantly changing. So that's one of those things that we need to be aware of too.
Sometimes very fast.
Yes, faster than one would like.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, that is something you can play with. We mentioned before about how English is a language that steals. It certainly is. But it's also a language that has had no language reforms. So French, since the reign of Louis XIV in the 17th century, has had l'Académie Française. It's had an academy that is tasked with making sure French makes sense. I've seen French spelling. I would say they're doing an okay job, but meh.
Now we could
Germany
just
has
work on
the
the
same.
pronunciation, you know?
Right, exactly. Germany has the same. Many languages have the same. They have bodies that are responsible for making sure the language makes sense, which means when people are inventing new names, those names are from a language that has been made more cohesive. English doesn't have that.
Yeah,
English
I
is
actually
crazy.
recently learned that there are cultures where you're not allowed to name your children certain things unless
Yes.
they're
Yes.
on a list, which is
Uh-huh.
wild. But also, when I see some of the names that have been rejected from those lists, I'm like, good thing somebody made a list. Like
Yeah.
people who are trying to name their son like Kanye West, and you're like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, this is actually very interesting. So in Greece, you can only name your children saints' names because it's a very strong Greek Orthodox culture. So it is not allowed to name them not saints' days, and it becomes a problem. So that is in many ways very interesting. If one were to build a fictional culture, would that be an interesting way of controlling people or
Well,
repressing people?
it'd be an interesting way 3 ways. One, obviously, it's restrictive. So anybody who's not part of that culture is forced into the culture.
Yes.
2, it creates a undercurrent of rebellion.
Mhm.
And 3,
Yes.
it means that every child's going to have at least 2 names to differentiate. You know, is it Mary Elizabeth? Is it Mary George? Is it, you know, so forth
Yeah.
and so on, as you see a lot of times in Spanish culture.
Yeah, absolutely. My father was doing ethnographic work in rural Greece, and often it's like Dimitris the big one, Dimitris the small one, Dimitris with the beard, Dimitris who is fat, Dimitris who is the fisherman. And so yeah, you get these like very beautiful little epithets that are much more colorful than the actual name in many ways. It's a
Isn't-
really wonderful way of handling naming that is again completely different from what we've been talking about.
And isn't that kind of also like the origin of our surnames in a lot of
Mhm.
cultures too?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
The butcher, the carpenter,
what
the
to
yeah.
do,
Mhm.
yeah.
The Smith.
It's just like the gnomish naming convention.
Yeah. We've
All I
got
can say is, don't you take my neologisms away from me.
Mm.
we are here for neologisms and also syllogisms. But let us have a look at some audience questions, for they are many and varied. What's a good way to maintain consistency when you're naming stuff? Anyone could jump in on this?
Well,
Keep notes.
keep notes is the
Yeah.
answer.
But again, structure. If you start with a structure, the consistency will sort of maintain itself. But yeah, keep track of what you're naming things. Maps are, I personally hate maps. If a book has one, I will flip right past it because like I don't want to know. But it does help to have a map with all the place names tacked up so visually you have a reminder of where you're going with things. And also, once you've actually built a world, having avid fans who are willing to be a living wiki is amazing. I can go out and say, okay, guys, what did I call that? And somebody will get back to me with the answer.
Yeah. Or of course, well done, Phil.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
like, hey, that's an ultimate wiki.
That's why we have it, because I was naming stuff. I was naming stuff left, right, and center, and we needed to write it down, and then some other stuff came up. Yeah, it's just this thing. All right, this is a very interesting question, I think, about toning and mood and names. What about funny-sounding names like Sprocketmonger, Lockenstock, or Vexy and the Gear Grinders for big, bad, evil guys? Does this take away too much seriousness, or is it okay? What are your
What's the
thoughts?
tone of what you're writing? I
I
mean,
was gonna
is
say,
that
are you Terry Pratchett?
If you're Terry Pratchett, you can do this all day.
all day long, all day, every day?
Yes.
I think, I mean, I saw this a lot when I was editing Dungeon Magazine, right? I would see big, serious drama names for the Overlord, Overkill, Warlord guy. And then somebody like a gnome would come along and be Sprocketmonger Lockenstock. And by and large, the fan base for fantasy RPGs will tolerate a certain level of humor. But only a certain amount, right? Like if we put in too much of that, the the accusation is you're not taking the genre seriously and you're dumbing it down, right? And I think humor's fantastic and hard to do, but not everybody wants humor, so you got to know your audience.
I think it's best when you let them come up with what's funny about it. I think that I find that if, especially as a game master, if I'm trying to be funny, that is usually less effective at actually making the players at my table laugh than letting them come up with what's funny about what's happening. Because they will be able to mock any bad guy that I come up with. Like, they will find a way to make my bad guy ridiculous. I don't need to do it for them. And they'll feel more like, they'll feel satisfied if they've done that themselves.
Yeah.
I think in books, if in storytelling, if you're going to name a character something that is patently ridiculous, like Sprocketmonger, where it doesn't fit anything else, you have one of two options. One, everybody can just be oblivious to it, like, oh yeah, okay, they got a weird name, we're just going to pretend, let's keep going. Or that character has to react to it somehow. If your big bad is named Sprocketmonger and they hate it, is that why they're the big bad? Did it traumatize them so much as a child that this is, and if so, why have they not changed their name?
Well, it's on the approved list.
So you have to think about, okay, why am I naming this character this? Is it just because it's a goofy name? If it's just for that, then have them name their cat that. Because we do terrible things to our pets. But
Stephanie can attest.
But if there is their name, work with it. You've got fertile ground there to give them serious trauma.
Yeah.
It's like what I said before, intentionality. It goes a long way. Like if you actually think, because like I said before, I was a pantser, but there was still intentionality on a subconscious level. There were reasons I made those choices. We're inherently storytellers. Like we were born to be storytellers. So that's what, trust your gut, trust your instincts, but also analyze, why do I want to name this character Sprocketmonger Luckenstock? How can I turn this into part of the backstory? How can I enrich this character? How can I make this part of the plot? Like, how are we going to make this a living character in and of itself, this name? So it's just, like I said, intentionality goes a long way. And you may not think that you're doing something intentionally, but you are. And I would say it's like balance. I mean, if you have every single one of your characters is named like that, that joke gets old real fast, right? So it's just like, just kind of like, pay attention, have reasons. That way, if somebody corners you someplace and asks you a bunch of questions, you have good answers for them, and then they might buy you a drink or something.
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. And like, it all comes back to genre at the end. Like, Sprocketmonger Luckenstock, which apparently I can't say, is a hilarious name for something. But if you're playing Vampire the Masquerade, it shouldn't be there. That's about darkness and mystery and being a suave vampire, and it undoes everything. So yeah, totally agree with what's been said there. All right, we've all been down on the apostrophes. What do we do about it? How do you handle spelling very unique names, preferably without the
use them dashes? I'm kidding, sorry.
I feel like each name gets one weird thing in it. Like each name gets like at maximum. It doesn't need one weird thing, but it can have one. Like a Y instead of an I, or like an AE combination if you're trying to make a fancy Elvish name or something, or apostrophe. You don't want all of those things together. I think as long as you limit your like weirdnesses that you're throwing in, people can accept one. But then as soon as you have like a T apostrophe tragedy with an EIGH at the end, it's too much.
I have a very simple rule about that, which is if the third or fourth time I type it, I can't remember how I spelled it, it needs to change.
That's so good.
Simplify.
That was never a word for me because I also can't spell the word lieutenant or lieutenant in my language.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Lieutenant or bureaucracy. I cannot do those two words.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on this?
I mean, most of the names in my manuscript here are name here 1, name here 2 for a while, because I'm trying to maintain momentum on the manuscript. And then I do go back and sort of, I don't know if workshopping it in my head is quite the right phrase, but I try different things. And then I read some of the text with name here 1 replaced with whatever it is.
Search and replace.
Yeah. Find and replace is like the best tool ever.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's it. And then maybe trust your editor if you're lucky enough to have one.
Yeah.
And another thing too is like sometimes if you want to lean into it. Like that's I know I keep saying intentionality, but if it's part of the gag, like you have like a couple of sisters that have apostrophes in their names and their parents are cray cray, then I mean if that's a choice you made, that's fine. But like if everything like I don't know if it was Wolfgang, but it's like you don't have to be unique with every single name. Because I don't know about you, like I have face blindness too. Yay! And like I said, I have 17 other things besides the other ones I mentioned. So it's like I also have a problem with names sometimes. So it's like it's bad enough for me to try. Like I'm in a panic situation. If I were to walk up to Janet and she dyed her hair green, I wouldn't know who the heck she was, right? And so like it's bad enough trying to figure out who I know you. I think I know you, but then like oh my god, your name has 17 parentheses or some kind of weird guttural sounds that I'm not used to. Like I don't know how to, and I just run away. So it's like you got to think about that from the reading perspective. It's like
be kind to your reader, right?
Just sprinkle it on like fairy dust. Sprinkle
Be
a
kind to
little
your
bit of it
copy
on.
editor too.
Yeah, don't piss off your copy editor.
Just one parentheses per name is how you should limit yourself.
One parentheses, one dash, one Y instead
one
of
ligature.
an IE. Yeah, one ligature.
Oh, goodness. Well, folks, that is all we have time for. How do you name things in science fiction and fantasy? The ways are myriad, the reasons are many, and the talent has been superb. Can I say a massive, massive thank you to Wolfgang Bauer, Ginny D, Laura Ann Gilman, and Stephanie Baccioli. My brain is slowly melting. I apologize. What can I say?
Convention.
Names are hard. Folks, thank you so, so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
Bye.
Yep. Bye, folks.
This has just been such a blast. Of course, do go and check out the links. We have been sharing those in the chat. They are also shared underneath this video. Go and support my spectacular guests. There is a reason I got them up on the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. It is because they are wonderful. They write well. They make amazing games. They create amazing videos. And yeah, please do go and check them out. And in fact, you have 15 of your finest minutes to do so before our next panel. What are we talking about next? Well, we're getting heavenly, folks. Our divine panel of creative professionals will help you craft deities that make practical and thematic sense in your setting. Yes, we're dealing with gods of your world, folks. And who do I have with me? Juliet E. McKenna, author of over 15 epic fantasy novels, Brian McClellan, best-selling author of the Godglass and Powder Mage series, and Dr. Meg McDonald, who literally wrote her PhD on fantasy gods. All of that coming up in about 15 minutes. So, folks, go grab a drink, grab a comfort break, and do come right back for this spectacular and, dare I say, heavenly, divine panel. See you in 15, guys. Bye. What a godly introduction, folks. We are back with more virtual Worldbuilding Con for you, and a primely requested topic from last year, gods of your world. And goodness, do I have a divine panel for you. Please welcome my extraordinary guests by yelling out "Light Up the Forge" in the chat to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. We have Juliet E. McKenna, Brian McClellan, and Dr. Meg MacDonald. Welcome, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
Howdy, howdy.
Hooray. It is wonderful to have you here. Let me introduce my guests properly because they are far too sensible to try and introduce themselves. I have Juliet E. McKenna, a British fantasy author living in the Cotswolds, UK, loving history, myth, and I believe background in classics. Juliet?
Yes,
Last
classics
time we
great.
spoke.
And any sort of history, really.
Love it. This is I already feel it. This is going to be good, folks. Loving history, myth, and other worlds since she first learned to read. She's written 15 of your finest epic fantasy novels so far. Welcome to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage, Juliet.
Thank you. Delighted to be here.
Very, very excited to have you. Next up, we have Dr. Meg MacDonald, Vice Chair and Co-Division Head of Promotions for Glasgow 2024 and Co-Division Head for the Programming in LA Con V. An experienced con person. She was startled to find that con running involves filking, punning, and applying glitter to friends and strangers alike. What a way to live. We are, of course, thrilled especially to have her because her PhD in English literature her thesis was Gods Wall to Wall, Gods in Fantasy, 1989 to 2020. Goodness, God, cannot think of a better person to come and talk about fantasy gods. Meg, welcome to the Worldbuilding Con stage.
Thank you so much. I have massive imposter syndrome about being here with such great writers, but I've enjoyed studying their worlds, so maybe I've got something to share.
May I say you literally wrote the book, almost. It's coming soon.
Almost.
Literally wrote the thesis on this subject, so I'm very excited for these perspectives. And of course, no stranger to the virtual Worldbuilding Con stage, we have Brian McClellan, an American epic fantasy author from Cleveland, Ohio. He is known for his acclaimed Powder Mage universe, which, spoiler alert, has a god wandering around in it. Love that. And also, of course, his God Glass series and his essays on the life and business of being a writer. Brian, welcome back to the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. We are thrilled to have you here.
Well, thanks for bringing me back. I appreciate it.
Hooray. Folks, you want to hear about my guests, you don't want to hear from me. So let us kick off with our first question. And of course, if you have questions for my guests, throw them into the chat. My miraculous divine aides, shall we say, will be collecting those questions and making sure that we can answer some of those at the end of the hour. So let's kick off with this. Gods are often a focus of religion and sources of magic in world building. This much we all know. What other roles can they play beyond that? I want to jump in with Juliet. What are your thoughts on this one?
Religion influences culture. It will have what people believe and their relationship with varying levels of belief, from absolute conviction to opportunist religiosity, will affect their culture. It will affect how they interact with each other. It will affect how a country, a city-state, however your political and economic units are organized, it will affect how they interact. If you have one group of people who have firm beliefs in one thing and another group of people have firm beliefs in another thing, is that going to be a source of conflict? Is that going to be a source of cross-fertilization? Is that going to be a source of distress for individuals? Religion is one of those founding building blocks. And the other thing that's going to really affect your world is, are the gods on stage or off?
Yes.
Because if they're on stage and basically like superheroes, that's very much going to affect what you write and how you write it. If people believe in the gods and things happen that can be ascribed to the gods, but there is no actual proof of the gods, again, that's going to have an overarching impact on your world.
Yeah, absolutely. Gods over there versus gods over here. Brian, I see you poised to strike. What are your thoughts on this?
No, I really like the way you put that with the on stage or off stage. That's like that's just a great way of kind of framing that discussion, because how your gods participate in your world is such a huge thing. Like because they can be literally just, they don't like necessarily exist for the average person, or they could be very much in the everyday life. I like kind of my favorite thing with kind of throwing gods into the mix is wisdom. When you have a god, they can, they've probably been around for a very long time, and maybe they have different power levels, maybe they have different effects, but the idea of like somebody who's just been there for a long time having wisdom to share is honestly, that's a really fun angle that I like to play with.
I love that idea. Meg, what is your take on this?
I mean, it resonates very clearly with what's been said, but there's always this sort of thing of like, you have the gods who are immanent and present, and they're incarnated, or they're manifesting, or they're possessing people, and so you've got them as physical interactions with your characters and physically influencing mortality's engagement with life. So there can be your key cheerleader or your biggest stumbling block. And while they could be the superhero character, they can also be, as Pratchett does so well, the reduced to the size of a tortoise full of bitter spite in Small Gods. And then you have this, like, what does that mean? And you get this power inversion. So suddenly you get this idea, what gods can afford is, yes, there's great power, and there's the great power inversion, and there's the human interaction and accountability with power, which I think is a brilliant use of gods. And it, as well as religion itself and kind of ideas of belief. And you've got the transcendent gods who have been and gone, and you're left with what they've left behind. And so you've got the legacy engagement, and you've got the, what do you do with what's gone before, either because the gods have been killed, and there are literal graveyards of gods littering throughout fantasy, or there are, or they've left you behind. And what does that mean? Why have they left? So that always gives lots of sort of grist for the mill as well, for those big questions, as well as, how do you make your choices in the day? What do you orientate, just as Juliet said, your culture around, kind of, is there a source of wisdom, or is that wisdom tainted by being around so long that it doesn't have a relevance to the shortened life of a mortal, because it doesn't carry that through? So I think there's always that ability to inform humanity, and humanity's ability to change the gods as well, and these unchangeable things.
Yeah, absolutely. So much inspiration here already. This is fantastic. I want to jump in with this question next, because it wasn't originally my next question, but I feel like it's a very good segue. How do you decide which gods you need for your world? Now, I want to start with Brian on this one. How have you approached this? How have you decided, okay, but I need this or I need that in order for my story, or in order for my world, or in order for my culture?
Honestly, for me, it's always like what serves the story. I tend to try not to start with the idea of something like a god and then work from there, because then I don't know, I tend to stumble over that kind of thing. I like to, have the characters front and center that are kind of relatable and who we're following through the world. And oftentimes, especially when I was writing my first the Powder Mage trilogy, I definitely was just adding things as I went along. And honestly, the gods in Powder Mage kind of worked out that way. Was having this idea of these kind of people that would crop up during a time of great strife, with their own kind of idiosyncrasies and their own motives or lack of motives. And so I don't know. I like to just play with it as I go, which for people who are much stronger plotters than me, that probably is like nails on a chalkboard. But yeah, so that's my technique.
I love that. Meg, I wanna slightly twist the question for you because of course you are a studier of gods. Which are the moments where you found, yes, this was the god for this world. The god world or the god story match has just sung for you. It's just really worked. What do you think are the parameters around that?
Okay, so that is really hard because it's always there. Like it's thinking about why is a god chosen. So you've got the god-shaped hole that either the story needs or the people need kind of within it, and sort of thinking that it's like thinking about Jemisin's trilogy with the 100,000 Kingdoms, and I really like the exploration there of each of the major godlike figures of the powerful triumvirate, and at those points thinking about what was present or absent. But I think possibly one of my favorite gods and one of the most interesting uses therein is Lois McMaster Bujold's The Bastard, which is there is a fivefold pantheon: mother, father, daughter, son, and bastard. And the bastard is for the god of all things out of season, but is literally the feather at the pivot point, the one right word, the kiss in despair. It is a fabulous use of inclusivity. It's a brilliant way of exploring what is needed, and it is the god of chaos, but without which there is no life, there is no sort of growth. It's wonderfully done, and it just resonated for me.
I love that. That sounds like a real expression of theme that's been poured into the world building that has then become sort of theme crystallized as world in many ways.
And for her, and this is what I think is really interesting, touching on Ryan's point, and I would love to know from Lois herself, and I wonder if Juliet sees this, is that you could see that she started with 5 in Curse of Chalion and then in Paladin, and she's sort of intending to explore each of those gods really, but she just clearly falls in love with the bastard, and the Penric novellas that follow up, they haven't gone through each of the gods, but the Penric novellas are kind of the main patron god is the bastard in there, and it's just chef's kiss.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the most fascinating things about that as an example of integrating gods into your world is Penric, the point of view character, and in fact all the points of view character in the 3 original novels, they know the gods exist, but these are not gods who are on stage in the wider world, and that is absolutely fascinating. I mean there's layer upon layer of complexity in terms of people's relationship with religion. Very subtly done. I mean, they're cracking good stories first and foremost, which again has to be. Brian was talking about the gods must serve the story. That's absolutely the case with these books. But if you wish to sit and ponder, there's a lot of pondering material in those books.
Very interesting. Juliet, do you have an approach for this? How do you decide which gods your world needs?
With the Tales of Anaren, which is 4 series, 15 books, starting with The Thief's Gamble, I wanted to build the pantheon to give a depth of history to the world. So we have, once upon a time, there was the great and overarching Tormalin Empire. And so the Tormalin had a pantheon of 8 gods. And they expanded across a continent. They went up into the mountains. The mountain folk had 2 gods. They had the smith and they had the mother of winter. And this reflects a very harsh physical environment and the priorities of the mountain culture. As the Tormalin expanded further, they reached the Great Forest. They encounter the forest folk, who basically have 4 seasonal gods. And they are nomadic, therefore they have a god of travelers. And the Tormalin pantheon, they are sailors, so they have a god of the sea. They have gods of weather. So these different belief systems then become amalgamated into the modern belief system. So for me, and I was drawing on the classical world, I was drawing on Central European mythology, a certain amount of animist tradition. So for me, the gods and the belief systems were very much for creating a depth of history and a multi-layered complexity in this world without, here is everything you needed to know about the history of this world in 15 volumes.
So they were in many ways an expression of the world without an exposition dump of the world.
Yes.
I love that. I think that's very clever. On what you were saying, I had a very interesting experience when I first moved to Greece, which is where I live now. I live in the Thermikos Gulf. And it's a very beautiful place. But the first time we had a thunderstorm, I figured out why Zeus was the king of the gods, and I figured out why he was a thunder god, because the thunder just rolls from shore to shore to shore. And I think, you know, gods as an expression of physical environment, gods as an expression of the way the world is, can also be a very good way, like you were saying, to kick off your idea of, okay, what are people's everyday experiences and what kind of divinity is going to be assumed from that? Is the man upstairs angry and throwing things? Because that's sure what it sounds like when there's a thunderstorm where I live, you know. So I think that's a kind of wonderful place. How do you build on that? You know, you start with some things, and Brian mentioned this as well. Like I didn't want to start gods first. I guess you were feeling it can get quite top downy. But once you have a few, where does it go from there?
I went with calendar and festivals.
Nice.
And again, it fleshes out your world, what people celebrate when, and which gods they ascribe the favor to, and who they are imploring to continue to bless them. Again, you've got, you know, your different seasons of the year. You can do huge amounts with that, and it gives reasons for people to be places and do stuff.
Yes.
Which is always extremely useful when you're putting a plot together. You know, my characters have to go to city X. Let's go to the flower festival in celebration of the spring goddess. And then all sorts of other people can come from all sorts of different areas, religious meetings. And you know, again, going right back into prehistory, gatherings of widely disparate cultures were a way to basically broaden the gene pool and trade.
Yeah, great points. What about you, Brian?
I play around a lot. Like, so I write flintlock fantasy. My worlds tend to be kind of a reflection of the 1800s ish. And I really like the idea of characters and settings in which everybody is very confident that they are the modern man. They don't think about gods. They don't think about religion that much, even though it exists. These are educated people who are too good for this. So my gods tend to show up in kind of in opposition to that, in that we have characters who are very logical and who think they know how the world works, and then something breaks the rules that they have in their heads. And it's a really fun way to move the narrative forward. It's a fun way to take the world and say, oh, there's more here than meets the eye. It's an enjoyable way for me to write. And I don't know. I think that every author is kind of gonna reflect what they personally are interested in, you know, across writing in general. But in a topic like this, you know, like, you can look at an author and you can say, oh, what do they like to study? What churches did they go to as a kid? There's all sorts of ways that you can kind of look at worlds and the kind of religion and gods that they create and kind of get an interesting idea of what's going through the author's head. And I kind of love that.
There's also, and it's interesting what you're saying about the rationale. So different tons of text start to jump out into my head, right? including like how gods end up with this diverse CV of things because they've sort of stacked up, you know, and they were kind of like that god who was at that festival. So it's sort of attached onto them as well now. And so they've kind of got a bit of that in their you know, in their back catalogue as well.
Their portfolio, yeah.
Yeah, a portfolio of powers or paid patronages or anything else like that. And you've got those really specialized ones. But I was thinking about Francis Harding's Gullstruck Island, where the island natives have volcano gods, and there's places they don't build and everything else, but there's no gods, and not, you know, the colonizing influence comes in and puts cities right where they are sacred spaces that are sacred for a reason, and they're sacred because if the volcano goes boom, that's where the lava goes. But the language of that that tension between the rational and scientific, and therefore we will dismiss, versus the lived experience and what you create and attribute to that experience so that you can make it important enough to carry through generations, make that knowledge something that kind of goes forward. I think is really kind of wonderful there. And Pratchett does it really well as well with Nation, where you've got that orthopraxy versus orthodoxy. So like, are your gods in your world, do you have to believe in them the right way, or do you have to do the things the right way? And even alongside that, do you have this rational world that says, oh, well, that's not why, but actually the reason we sing this song to the goddess from the grandmothers is that's the amount of time it takes for the medicine to stop becoming poison. And, you know, that kind of action about like what's there in that ritualistic practice, and how you've got the danger of empty ritual, but you've got the reason that it comes about, and what it really means to glue a culture together.
And in cultures from classical Athens through to pre-Reformation England, religious houses, religious groups, religious organizations were a form of social safety net.
Yes.
And also in classical Athens, they were involved in the political system. You had shrine brotherhoods, and basically this was a way of organizing the culture. They had and we have anything from the Knights of St. Columbus through to the Mothers' Union in the British the Church of England, that these are social organizations that are part of a non-welfare state society.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say that gods can be conveniently crafted. Gods in our world, gods are imports and exports. So they are cultural constructs that are imported and exported. But also when Ptolemy wanted to, secure his line in Egypt, what did he do? Well, he took the Greek pantheon and he took the Egyptian pantheon and he made them kiss, and then suddenly there was, Serapis, and there were all of these other kind of blended gods that were half one thing and half the other thing. It was it became frowned upon in some religions, particularly monotheistic religions, who didn't just say, my God is the right God, but they said, shock horror, my God is the only God, which was like positively rude in ancient Greece. Yeah, okay, your gods are your gods and my gods are my gods, but to say my gods don't exist, like, what's wrong with you, dude? And the idea that, in these polytheistic spaces that we find ourselves in fantasy, that there can be many gods, and there simply aren't many people saying my God is the only God. And when you do that causes like a big issue. Like that was one of the reasons that the Romans were so down on the Christians. If I don't want to dig into that, but that essentially. So gods can be a plurality, and you can add to them. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
Until the Roman emperor decided, actually, if there's one God and I'm his representative on earth, I'm the one with all the legions, that's going to work out quite nicely for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
which brings us back to the relationship between politics and religion.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And the thing as well, we were saying there about the monotheism and polytheism, but there's also monolatry. So I worship only one god. There are multiple gods, and that practice is that's the sort of, yeah, your god exists. That's fine. I'm not going to worship it. I'm going to worship that one, and it's a different mindset, but the cultural conflict is different versus the my god above your god, or my god will subsume your god. I think that's an interesting part that, you know, within real world politics that comes into play. But it's so fascinating to see it in fantasy and see what the ramifications of that are within the political structures, within the who's willing to sort of sell out their god effectively, because actually the other one will be bigger, will do exactly what I need anyway, and I'll shift, you know, allegiance, as Juliet was saying, was kind of the mercenary form of religion, I guess, to some extent. In that, it always makes me think of the Mummy, where he's trying to pray, he's picking up each of the religious icons and saying the prayers out of each of it to try and forestall the Mummy approaching him. And I think that there is that kind of, okay, will this one work? Will this one work? Will this one work? And how do I observe the tenets of this religion while still have what I want in life? Which is fascinating as well. Adrian Tchaikovsky's got brilliant work in that in House of Open Winds. Fabulous.
I like to think of that as kind of like the religion of belief versus kind of religion of convenience. And that can be a really interesting way to play with your characters too, to show how they believe, what they believe, and whether that changes depending on what happens to them. That kind of stuff's really interesting.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Faith comes into that as well, because belief and faith can be the same thing, but they can also not. You know, you can have belief and you believe in it and you see it, and therefore you don't need to. Faith is this kind of thing where you don't see it. There is no proof of it. You believe in it, and it's there too as well. There's some really interesting tensions that come in with that as well, where suddenly actually a person's faith is put to the test and their belief is put to the test because they are now faced with their god, and that god is just a bit of a dick. So
yes, sadly it can happen. We're talking about lots of gods. We're talking about god on god action, I suppose. What's your approach to creating divine conflicts or relationships that impact your world? So trouble at the top, I suppose, is what we're talking about here. Meg, what have you seen in this space? What are kind of the ways this happens?
I mean, there's the your god, my god clash. There's obviously the we're in the same pantheon, but I'm sick that you've been the one that's been in charge of the lightning bolts for the longest time, and I do all the work down here in the dark.
Grand Vizier syndrome, essentially.
Yeah. There's a lot of what I really enjoyed. Some of the part of my structure thesis was looking at belief and the construction of gods, but then also looking at how when belief breaks down, the destruction of that god and kind of the working in and out of that. So that kind of disintegration of belief, jockeying and shifting power, which then causes alliances to form, sometimes in favor, sometimes in not, or kind of trying to one up. So the alliances forming is like Kandara Blake's Goddess War trilogy has got sort of kind of lots in there, or Jordana Matz-Brodsky and the Immortals set in New York, and it's the kind of later Greek pantheon, but it's who's willing to join up with whom to work out with what, and then you've got things like Gods of Jade and Shadow, where you've got an older rivalry between brothers. So it's always really interesting to see that. And if you throw in a mortal, possibly a love interest, or somebody who's just a bit sick of it, you've got that sort of going on all the time, and it's fascinating because of how much it shows about our world, like our lived world and our lived experience, but as well as being, you know, wonderful to read.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian, what do you like about this divine conflicts and relationships? Where's the fun in this for you?
I mean, like a lot of it is like what is your god? Like, are they like an unknowable spirit, or are they more of like the Greek pantheon, which are petty bickering children, who are just completely just don't really seem to grasp like what real life is like, and you can kind of go a huge gambit. I think we tend to make our gods be relatable in some way. They tend to think like people in some way, just because, you know, same reason why when we write science fiction, the aliens kind of have similar motives as the humans kind of thing, is because it makes it easier to relate to, makes it easier to understand. But I kind of like exploring that, you know, what is the god's motive? Like, are they benevolent? Do they literally not care what's going on? Where do they get their power from? There are all these different questions that are going to kind of push that particular god in a different direction, and you can really go anywhere with that, and you can have your gods kind of touch the world in really minor ways, or you can have them in there being kind of, you know, dirty and mean and changing things up and causing wars. And really, there's just such a kind of scope that you can go with how you treat your gods and the conflicts that they're getting involved with. And yeah, and honestly, like, you know, Meg mentioned, like, you know, a love interest. Like, that's such a, like, that's used so much because it's fun. And it, you know, it's all of these things can kind of, they're going to resonate with different authors. They're going to resonate with different readers. And really, it's whatever you want.
Yeah.
The most interesting conflict I created was in the Anaran books, is between the mainland, where there are these people have different, you know, they believe in gods to a greater or lesser extent, and they are woven into the culture and the society and all the rest of it, and the Older Russian archipelago to the south, where there are no gods. What there is a very, very complex belief system governing everybody's life based on omens and portents. Stargazing, astrology, and also the reading of the flight of birds and the way the weather goes, and physical manifestations in the world around people. And I had huge fun creating a very, very complex system. And then I realized that actually the impact of that on the culture and the culture clash that was going to create between these two very populous areas. And one of the things that immediately occurred to me was, the mainland has wizards and magic. Well, I'd sketched in that the Older Russian archipelago was very anti-magic. And somewhat while later I realized that's because it interferes with your omens and portents. And once I'd got that started a whole lot of ideas and story building and ideas, because basically if you've got two people who have very absolute, sincere and firm beliefs that are going to be absolutely opposed, then you've got conflict. And as we all know, 101 writing, conflict is the essence of drama, which is not necessarily two people trying to punch each other. And the other interesting thing that developed from that, you can have very complicated and very powerful belief systems that do not have gods, but nevertheless direct and influence an individual's actions and relationships, which happens with the main character in the Older Russian Compass books, because basically he faces a serious trial of faith in a system where there are no gods.
Very interesting. We should keep moving. We've talked about gods getting involved. We've talked about gods being down and dirty. How can you balance divine intervention while maintaining tension and agency? It's the old Deus Ex Machina problem. How can we handle this? Juliet, what are your thoughts on this one?
I don't have it. My gods stay firmly off stage. People might like to ascribe favorable outcomes to their chosen deity. You're never going to prove it.
Nice. Very, very interesting. You've dodged it entirely.
Yep.
How would you recommend for those who do have on-stage gods to handle this? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, in my current series, the contemporary fantasy, the Green Man books, there are certainly powers that manifest themselves, and they are highly, highly transactional. So basically, if you want a favor from the Green Man or the Hunter or the Master of Fords and Ferries, there's going to be a debt owed.
It's very fairy. I'm here for it.
And managing exactly what you're signing up for is definitely going to introduce a significant element of tension.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Brian, how have you handled this one? I know for a fact that you do have gods wandering around in your world.
So for me, I tend to, my gods are all kind of gods with a lowercase g. My gods tend to be extremely powerful magic users, but not anywhere close to omnipotent. And so that makes it a lot easier to kind of involve the divine intervention, because the gods can't just snap their fingers and have things happen. And they don't control, large things. They don't control the seasons. They don't control, the seas. And so you kind of have these very powerful beings that can't just win. They can't, and they're not, and they are opposed often. And there is some kind of a balance, because when you're a very powerful but not omnipotent being, and there are other powerful beings, there is a certain balance there where you don't want to attract attention, because if you start doing things that attracts the attention of your colleagues, let's say, then the alliances that are kind of in place suddenly shift. People get pissed about that. And it changes.
So we get back to this question again.
It's fun to do that, because it just kind of makes it slightly higher stakes without, if you don't appease this person, they'll end the world kind of thing.
Yeah, very interesting. So what I'm hearing is keep them off stage, or if you have them on stage, don't let them be too powerful. And Meg, blow it up for us. What are your thoughts?
It's humanity. Do we have free will or not? So the part in all of it is that even when you have like massive powerful gods, there has to be a choice. And you've got your Bajol does it in the sense that gods are technically off stage. They're in the spirit world versus the world of matter. Humanity has to choose to become their portals or vessels. There's that kind of tension therein. Even if you're possessed, do you acquiesce? Does it gain you something, or do you resist? And what are you holding to? You've got Tiffany Aking having a goddess in her head, and she gives as good as she's got. And you have all of these great moments of God is maybe not, as you say, like all powerful, Brian, or omnipotent, but actually they're having magical performance issues because that shift in belief and everything else. So you can get a divine interaction, but it's not at the same level. And the agency in that is always what humanity is doing with it. What are the stakes for it and against it? And I think that there's really interesting conversations that happen out of that, resistance as well as acquiescence to it. I would keep them off stage sometimes, but definitely bring them on at other points, because it it throws it all up. It just depends on what you're wanting them for.
One of the very interesting examples of this with divine interaction in the modern world, while maintaining tension and agency, is Shigidi and the Brass Head of Obalufon by Wole Talabi, which does some fantastic things with traditional African belief systems and Orisha, and the way in which different religions have superseded each other, and almost in a sort of corporate takeover fashion. That I found absolutely fascinating read, and again, a cracking good story.
Yeah, it's very good. And you've got things like Robert Jackson Bennett's Divine Cities series, which does the great sort of, not dissimilar to you, Juliet, where there's a continent that has gods and that's allowed them to be dominant, and then a continent that didn't, and they were enslaved for until they weren't, and they went down the rational and the science and start to like kill the gods and throw them off. But there's all these different the human choice in each of that, and what gods are left and what gods for each culture on that continent represented, and what was acceptable and what's not. It's really interesting because there's a big tension about do the gods actually have any power, because if their power comes from mortals' belief in them, and you are the people that are pulling those strings, it can change what a god can do.
Very, very interesting things. We've talked a lot about the mechanics of gods, the cans and cannots, the existence or not. Let's talk about feels. Let's talk about vibes. How do you make deities feel divine? How do we create the sense of the divine around our gods? Juliet, what are your thoughts?
You maintain the mystery, and you don't make it all too tidy and neat. One of the besetting sins of epic fantasy writers is you can see them reaching for their rule system's good God guide and having everything absolutely tabulated and every detail nailed down. Real religions are not like that. You need to maintain the mystery, you need to maintain the untidiness, and you need to maintain the awe. There needs to be genuine awe, not necessarily fear, but a sense of distance and a sense of respect. That basically, if you put a foot wrong, nasty things might happen, and probably best to avoid that.
Very interesting. Interesting. Other thoughts on this one? Who wants to jump in? Brian, I see you prepared.
Personally, I don't put a lot of divinity in my books. It's not a thing that interests me in real life, and it's not really a thing that interests me in kind of my fiction. And honestly, I like it though when I see somebody else do it, because it's out of my wheelhouse. I enjoy it. I enjoy reading it. But yes, it is out of my wheelhouse. It kind of occupies, divinity occupies the same place for me that like romance does, where it's like, man, I love when I see authors doing that well. I'm not that great at it myself. And so it just kind of, it tends to be relegated to the corners of my stories.
Yeah. Interesting. What are your thoughts on this one, Meg?
Well, when Juliet said, "Oh, that's definitely sort of a key part of it," but I would also say a sense of the numinous, a sense of the spiritual. Yes, the not quite the unexplained, but there is something that lifts in that writing, that kind of lifts where you might think about a thing, or you can't instantly ground it down into a very earthy moment and everything else. And I think that can be either the character's experience of the god, so it's their feels of it versus what is written of the god itself, or a kind of understanding of the effect that the god has had within a space or place. So
Yes.
on landscape or on, and that can be awful and awesome, and that you can be sort of left in that kind of transcendent experience of it as well. I think that gives you a little bit of divine.
Yeah, really good points. I think another thing is the expectation of divine, because again, when you look at things like the ancient Greek gods, a lot of the respect is a healthy fear, and I think instilling that well, depending on what affect or what like feeling you're trying to create, like being able to instill, is this somebody that we respect because we're freaking terrified of them, or is this somebody that we respect because we think they're lovely? Are we expecting reciprocity here, or is this a one-way transactional situation? Is this, praying as insurance, or praying as beseeching, or what? And I think that affects the flavor of divine as well. I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yes, I think is basically what I've got, or most of what I've got to say about that. I think one of the most criminal things Netflix have done is not renewing Chaos. Because as a modern interpretation of so much that were themes that were being explored in classical Greek drama but presented in the context of the modern world, I thought they were doing that absolutely superbly. And I was very, very interested to see where that storyline could have gone. And again, you've got that, those multi-level, multi-layered relationships between the human and the divine, and what different people believe. And also that, getting it wrong is going to have serious consequences. Yeah, especially if your name's Cassandra.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, you have in fact segued me beautifully to my next question, Juliet, which is common mistakes with fictional gods. Now, I'm not shady. I'm not going to ask you to name names. You're welcome to if you want to, but I'm not going to ask you to. What are some things that we should, as world builders, as writers, as game writers, what should we be watching out for when we are creating these fictional gods? Anybody may jump in with a bugbear. Go for it.
I will name a name, and I think we have gone so very far beyond the gods of the Belgariad that anyone reading those books and thinking, oh, these are great, enjoy the books by all means, but the one god per country with one divine attribute and one role to play in a plot, no. That was great when it happened, and that was 40 years ago. Basically, we have all moved on a great deal since then.
Other common mistakes, things to watch out for.
I just think that kind of having a religion, having gods that leave kind of massive plot holes. Why didn't that god just snap their fingers and make it happen? We live in an extremely I don't know about godless world, but very people question everything all the time, and so you kind of have to be ready for that as a writer, not just in the religion and the gods, but across the board as for your writing, because people are going to say, well, why didn't that? And that's something you just kind of have to keep in the back of your mind. You can't let it derail you entirely, but you do have to keep it in mind.
One of the things, actually, also, I'd be very careful of the Stargate approach, because it's all very well reading your books of world mythology and thinking, oh, well, here's an interesting pantheon. If I put different hats on them, nobody will notice. But actually, you have to be respectful, because what might be mythology to you is actually somebody else's very seriously held and important to them belief system. So I think you have to be very careful appropriating somebody else's belief system. I think you are much better advised to start from the ground and build from the ground up.
Yeah, very good thoughts. Meg, you are one of the most widely read people I know. What are some things that you've spotted where you've gone, really? Oh no!
So that a god can't be beaten. So like everything ends. Like that's the point. So there's always that, and there's always a bigger god in the neighborhood at some point. You know, there's great kind of work. Kay Applegate does this in the Everworld series, where all the gods have left their increasingly secular society and kind of gone off into a portal world, and they're all fine because they've taken transplant bits of their worshippers with them. But then a god-eating god moves into the neighborhood as well, and then suddenly, you know, you've got your tension and everything that offers there. So the like that they can't be beaten or can't die, and indeed often have to kill your divine darlings at certain points is really, really important, and sort of not having consequences for divine actions is a big problem. And I think as Brian was framing it, is the ultimate cosmic power, itty bitty living space. You have to do the thing where there is some form of limit even on divinity, because however you work it through, that limit can come from within the divine. So I was sort of thinking about the Raven Tower, and the gods of mankind that we generate and populate and scale up can fall, change, etc., and can enslave the older gods who don't care about us and don't need our belief, but don't think that won't have eventual consequences on stuff and on staying power. So I think there's lots of that. And since you did name a name, Juliet, I'm going to do the same. So it's Incarnations of Immortality by Piers Anthony, which is some of the only books I have thrown the length of Christ Pieces in Cambridge at one point, because it is of their time, as but it's that sort of the ideas of immortality and everything else. But if you want them to be divine, they can be human, they can be grubby, and they can be all these other things, but like, don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that.
Very interesting thoughts. Well, we should move on to some audience questions, and this one is a very nice segue. I'm going to summarize it as what happens when a god gets killed. Thoughts. What happens when a god gets killed? Anyone can jump in. Brian, I see you ready.
Power vacuum.
Yeah.
Power vacuum's a really good one. Just because, you know, if the god exists, they're probably fulfilling some kind of purpose for society, for the cosmos, whatever. And so, yeah, like having the consequences of the god just not being there anymore is a really good way to look at it.
Terry Pratchett's The Hogfather. What happens when you've got all of this belief that is now sloshing around and can just start generating lots of small belief-based entities, which is great. But you've also got, when you kill a god, what happens to its body? So you can have real interesting things about climate change and about the physical landscape and the impact of that, as well as the sort of power changing options. And do people go along and pick up the bricks of that god's temple and start building their own with it as well? It's genuinely fascinating. It's also supposed to be the chapter that I didn't write. I did Dying. I didn't do the actual fully dead ones. But yeah.
Or you get Ragnarok, and the apocalypse and the end times, and a whole lot of people going, what do I do now?
Yeah, absolutely. Funnily enough, two books I read recently, or a book and a thing recently, that have this as paradigm. In Pathfinder, Galarian, there is a dead god, a fallen god, and there is shattered earth and a giant never-ending whirlpool of doom. And these are new geographical features that, or in one case, meteorological features that were introduced to the world because the god died. There was some kind of imbalance, like Brian was saying. The other one is Paladin's Grace, which I just started reading by Ursula Vernon, in which there is a paladin whose god dies. Well, crap, what do I do now? Two very interesting paradigms if you are, curious.
Patrick Samfire's Menic Thorn books have dead gods.
Ben Peake's The Godless ones, whole lakes are poisoned by the shed blood of the dying god. And I think the part is, if you've not just the power vacuum, if you've killed a god, is there a belief structure that allows the god to be reborn? And
Like
if the god comes back, is it the same god, or what's changed within all of those aspects as well?
And what might turn up pretending to be a god?
Exactly.
Back to that power vacuum again. Absolutely.
Cameron Johnson's Traitor God series is Traitor God duology is interesting with that as well, because exactly that, who play you to be a god, the best con men.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting things. We have a question here on the nature of divinity. We're all wondering, how do I make them weak enough to be useful in a story but still call them a god? What is a god? At what point can we call them a god? Like, what even are we doing here? These are kind of the questions. Meg, what are your thoughts on this one?
It really depends if you're wanting one all-powerful, that's it, big capital G god, or if you're looking for gods and kind of the various different actions. Everything has a weakness. Everything has a counterpoint. That's what's really brilliant. Like with the Jemison, Tempest's weakness is not chaos. Chaos is his balance point. Is his breaking point is loneliness. Yeah. Order without people to be in connection with breaks and goes crazy. So there's always thinking about balance. There's always what are the sort of the weakness parts. You could always just siphon off some belief, even though everybody's pretending to be, and send them back as a tortoise. It still makes them very useful to the plot.
Limit them geographically. A lot of gods start out in belief systems as spirits of place. So, and then when you've got a whole lot of people, well, we worship the goddess of this spring that keeps us alive in times of drought. Oh, and you worship your goddess of your spring that keeps you alive in times of drought. Well, we'll join her names together and we got a new religion. So you can have very powerful beings with a very clearly defined geographic boundary, or a very, very specific role. I'm extremely powerful because I'm the goddess of corn. Don't ask me about acorns.
Yeah.
That kind of that sort of maybe like I don't know, the difference between maybe like a self-professed god. Somebody who has powers beyond the normal person and just starts telling everyone they're a god. That people will believe them because they can do something that manifests in a way that others aren't really able to comprehend. You can also have gods that are created by the culture around them. The people start saying, oh, you're a god. And maybe that god doesn't even want that or doesn't care. But because everyone calls them a god, they're now a god. I mentioned before, like I oftentimes will think about kind of lowercase g versus uppercase g god. Lowercase g god to me is kind of what I've been talking about, kind of this, beings that are more powerful than the normal person in your world. But they can't snap their fingers and change everything. Whereas uppercase god is going to be something more cosmic, less relatable, at least in my head, the way kind of I write. And so kind of weak enough to be useful in the story. We talked about that a bit before, where, how you let your god touch the world kind of thing.
which
Yeah.
are a great many of the same questions that I explore, but only in relation to magic and wizards. One of the recurring questions in my Anarin books is, why don't wizards rule the world? And finding various answers to that in the various different books. So there's a lot of the common questions, conundrums, and indeed answers will apply to lowercase gods and also magic within your world.
Yeah, I will just reference that we started with a panel about characters that change the world and indeed the world building. And we talked a great deal about characters with very high character agency, characters who have some forms of superpowers, and what you could do with, limitations and costs in order to try and balance that as well. So there are some things to be considered there. I do recommend you go back and check that out. That is the second item in day one, the first panel in day one after the keynote, about essentially dealing with that knotty problem of like, how much can they do and how much should they do, and what happens when they bust your world in the process. Which gods are wont to do if left unchecked, I think. Well, folks, that is all we have time for. Goodness, that hour flew by. A massive thank you to Juliet E. McKenna, Dr. Meg McDonald, and Brian McClellan.
Thank you for a fascinating conversation.
This has been a joy. Meg, just before we go, there have been multiple requests for where people can find your PhD.
Oh God, sorry. Can I post it in the chat? I can post a link to it online.
You can post a link to it online. I'm gonna suggest something even better, actually. Why don't you go follow Meg on Blue Sky? We have been sharing the links for Juliet and for Brian and for Meg in the chat all the way through this discussion. They are also linked in the description underneath this video. Meg, if you share that on Blue Sky, people can go and find it there. That might be the best way. Our chat tends to eat links.
Yeah.
So if you're comfortable with that, that might be the best way.
Yeah, I can do that.
Folks, please do go check out my amazing guests' links, their work, all the things that they do. They are spectacular. That's why I brought them to you on the Worldbuilding Con virtual stage. I'm going to say goodbye to them for now. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. And a big hello to Kat. Hello, Kat. How are you doing?
I got after everybody to turn their mute off, and then I forgot to turn my mute off. That's how I'm doing today.
My goodness, we are coming up on 5.5 hours of streaming now, Kat. Has it been wild, folks in the chat? Has it been wild? Have you learned things? What are your thoughts?
It's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy 2 days, actually, of a lot of learning, a lot of great panelists. We started off with a really kind of unexpected keynote from Mary Robinette Kowal that kind of exploded the idea of fashion as world building and the importance of it. And I think that was not necessarily the topic that people were expecting, but that we had so much positive and feedback in the chat, and so many. Clearly, it was sparking a lot of great ideas for people who hadn't really looked at their world building from that perspective. And then we moved into all of the great panels from yesterday and today. And of course, the speech with you and Demi walking us through the history of World Anvil, how it got started, the pizza story yet again, and where it's going next. A lot of excitement in the chat about where World Anvil is going next, and what we're going to be doing. Cool new features and upgrades to features that people already love, like maps. Everybody loves maps, and they're getting even better. So it's been an exciting 2 days.
It's been a very exciting 2 days. We've had a lot of questions about whether these videos will be available after the fact. Yes, that is the point of Worldbuilding Con. We do this so people can find the content. We do this so people can learn and get inspired and all of those things. So yes, we will be leaving up both videos. I just shared day 1 in the chat. Day 2, you're already on. Congratulations.
You made it.
We will be leaving those up as gigantic videos, but with time codes, so you can find the things that you are looking for. At some point, we will bring those down and then republish them as individually cut items, so you can find more easily the things that you want. But do go check out yesterday's programming if you missed it. It was full of fascination and revelation and joy, full of joy. I think lots of joyful panels yesterday.
Yeah. the timestamps are already in yesterday's replay, so you can skip directly to the panels that you want to watch, or just watch them in a different order if you want to, like watch them into beginning if that's how you prefer to go through those topics.
I'm here for it. And speaking of which, folks, I have a favor to ask you. We have provided you with 2 days, over 20 guests, and so much content. Hopefully it was great, but we want to know how we can do better. Going into the chat now is a feedback form. If you do not have time to fill it in now, please fill it in later. If you are a World Anvil member, you will get a virtual badge just for filling it in, just for letting us know how you found it. And there is also a little raffle going on in the form as well for people who fill it in. We'll be giving away a little bit of merch to celebrate you all and thank you for your feedback. So please do fill in. The form looks like this. If you are on our email list, you will also get a little aftercare package into your email on Monday with the form in as well. If you are not on our email list and you would like to be informed about Worldbuilding Con, please go to worldbuildingcon.com. Kat, we need to fix the access on that form. If you could just do that very quickly. Always with Google Forms, it's a curse. Apparently there is no access for ad. Yeah, we will fix that right now, folks. I totally lost train of what I was saying. Oh yes, if you would like emails about Worldbuilding Con, if you would like to be informed about next year's Worldbuilding Con, you can go to worldbuildingcon.com and you can sign up on the thing. We will only send you emails about Worldbuilding Con. We won't send you any other emails if you are on that list. It's an only Worldbuilding Con communications list, so you can come back and join us next year and you can get the goodies in the meantime. Yeah, that. And if you want to keep learning about world building, we launched our very first world building course this week, right, Kat? It's out.
We did. Sorry, I'm trying to make the form accessible to everybody.
I'm so sorry. You keep going. Give me a wave when you're ready again.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, we launched the course this week. We've been working on this literally for a year. It's been a labor of love from Janet and I to give people who are relatively new to world building a structured way to very quickly get to a usable, even if it's a little basic setting. And people who have been world building for a while but feel like they could stand to have a little bit more organized methodology and process will help you as well. So I'm going to go back to trying to get you guys access on the form now.
Absolutely. So I have received intel from a little bird that it works with World Anvil emails, but not personal ones. So I think that's where the gremlins have snuck in on that one. Yeah. So also, of course, if you are on our world building on our YouTube channel, you may notice that we release a lot of YouTube videos. I have one on the Triangle of Power, exactly what I was just talking about with limitations and costs and abilities and how to balance those things so you don't accidentally break your world with your gods or your magic or your technology or what have you. Lots and lots of inspiration hopefully there and help hopefully there. So yeah, if you want to, you can subscribe to that and you'll get notified when those videos go live. Oh, goodness. I have to say, folks, it has been an absolute honor and a privilege to get to present these phenomenal guests to you this weekend. Please do make sure you go and check out the links of our guests. Do go and let them know that you enjoyed their speaking. That's really, really important, guys. Doing stuff like this is hard. Make sure you go and talk to them and tell them that you enjoyed what they had to say. It really goes a long way to making people feel nice. Why not share the love, share the inspiration and all that jazz? Kat, I see victory.
I have succeeded.
Victory! The form is now fixed. You know what? There's nothing like a live show to make you believe in a god.
You'd think that'd be in the settings, but no.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And yeah, before we go off air, I do want to say an absolutely massive thank you to this spectacular lady you see before you, Kat Bradbury. Not only is she an award-winning best-selling author and all that jazz, not only was she on our incredibly moving World Building with Neurodivergence, so moving in fact that I may have cried in front of 1,300 people on the live stream, but she has also rounded up the guests, managed all the admin, helped behind the scenes over both days while I've been sitting in this chair presenting live. And this would not have been possible without you, Kat. You pulled all the strings to make this happen. Thank you so very much for everything you have done.
Thank you. It is my pleasure. I love being a part of the World Anvil community, and I love helping to put on this event and gathering and getting to email like people that I geek out about, like getting to email and stuff like that. So, and sometimes geeking out about emailing people who tell me no, but like I got an email from them.
Apparently, Make Janet Cry More is going to be in the form.
Yeah.
So now we know. Oh, goodness.
Noted for next year.
Oh, goodness. I have all the feels, guys. What can I say? That's why I'm a writer. So much love in the chat, folks. Thank you so much. A massive, of course, thank you to our audience. We wouldn't do this without you guys. You've been here, you've joined us for 10 hours of live streams over a weekend. And you've kept us company. You've asked insightful and wonderful questions. You've shared hilarious comments. The chat has been a joy of a companion throughout this whole process. So thank you all so much. I guess that's all to say, right, Kat? I guess we're there.
Yeah. Thanks for being a great audience. One of the reasons we can get people to come to events on the World Anvil channel is because they know the chat is kind and friendly, and you guys are a great community, and you're nothing to be scared of, even if some people have stage fright and things like that. So you guys are as much a part of this as anything else because you are awesome. So
yes, absolutely. And I will not reveal which guests, but I know that some of our guests were quite nervous, and the fact that you guys are very friendly, even though there are literally thousands of you watching right now, the fact that you are very friendly and lovely and supportive, it makes all the difference. And that's what we do at World Anvil. And I'm so glad to see that is also becoming the tradition of the virtual Worldbuilding Con as well. Folks, we are there. I hope we have armed you with inspiration and determination, because our work is not done. There are worlds to be built. So as we say on World Anvil, grab your hammer and go world build. Bye, everyone.
Bye.